I will begin by calling the roll. Carrie Akimi Hernandez,
Here.
Lisa Marie Alvarado, Martha Armas Kelly, David Acevedo, Abimael Chavez Hernandez, Ana Gonzalez,
Present.
Gloria Huerta,
Present.
Naomi Iwasaki, Peggy Martinez,
Present.
Andres Ramirez, present. Michelle Rousey,
Present.
Florence Simon,
Here.
Randy Torres Van Vleck,
Present.
Pulani Vasquez,
Here.
Howard Wong.
Here.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. We now have quorum. I will now jump into the webinar logistics for today. Welcome, everyone, to the March 12th, 2025 Interagency Transportation Equity Advisory Committee meeting. This committee's focus will be on elevating diverse and historically marginalized voices and will advise the California Transportation Commission, California State Transportation Agency, and California Department of Transportation on how to achieve meaningful outcomes in transportation equity, environmental justice, and equitable economic opportunities, especially as related to transportation planning and programming. The meeting agenda is located on the Commission's website at www.catc.ca.gov. Any document created for this committee can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at transportationeac@dot.ca.gov, and we will have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language translation is expected at this meeting at some point. You should see them on your screen at that time. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. Speakers, for accessibility purposes, we ask that you please identify yourself each time by name before speaking. Presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. If you're presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. Members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as a part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, that's me, here at the front of the room, and let us know that you would like to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel likely located on the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the raise hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as soon as we reach the item to give the system time to acknowledge you. Committee staff will let you know when it's your turn to make your comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Committee staff will read that comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when making comments. Please do your best to be concise. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. We ask that you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If, for some reason, we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute if needed. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you, Justin. So we'd like to begin this meeting with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land that we now call California is the ancestral lands of the over 109 nations, tribes, and people. The indigenous peoples of this area have a deep reciprocal relationship with the land as its original stewards. Their ways, methods, and traditions have contributed to California's rich biodiversity and have impacted the transportation network for the state. We stand with indigenous communities and are committed to partnering and advocating for a more equitable and sustainable future. Our transportation network not only connects us to families, friends, work, and leisure, it connects us to our past and future. We embrace our past with a future commitment to inclusiveness and equity for everyone who calls this state home. Today, we are meeting on Patwin and Miwok land. I'd now like to invite any virtual EAC members to acknowledge the land they are meeting from. Feel free to unmute yourself.
Hi, good morning. I am on Patwin, Pomo, and Wapo land. Thank you for the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Carrie. Seeing no others at this time, is there any public comment? Martha?
Good morning, Martha Armis Kelly, member. And I would like to recognize the Yokuts and Miwoks lands. I reside in Merced, California, along the Central Valley Coast. Aho.
Thank you, Martha. And with that, we will move on to the next tab. Justin?
Thank you. Tab 10 includes the meeting minutes for the committee meeting held on December 4th, 2024. The meeting minutes for the Safety and Climate Subcommittee meeting held on December 16th, 2024. The meeting minutes for the Walkability, Disability, and Complete Streets Subcommittee held on October 7th, 2024, November 18th, 2024, and December 6th, 2024. And the meeting minutes for the Housing, Infrastructure, and Broadband Subcommittee meeting held on December 17th, 2024. Interagency staff recommend the committee approve this item.
I make a motion, Michelle Rousey, to approve.
Second, Peggy.
We've got a motion from Member Rousey. We got a second from Member Martinez. Now we'll call the roll.
Oh, I had a question. If we were not in attendance at that meeting, can we approve those minutes, or should we abstain?
They can abstain.
You do have the option to abstain from the item, should you choose.
Thank you.
Carrie Akimi Hernandez,
Aye.
Lisa Marie Alvarado,
Good morning. Aye.
Martha Armis Kelly,
Aye.
David Acevedo, Abimael Chavez Hernandez, Ana Gonzalez,
Aye.
Gloria Huerta,
Aye.
Naomi Iwasaki, Peggy Martinez,
Aye.
Andres Ramirez,
Aye.
Michelle Rousey,
Aye.
Lauren Simon,
Aye.
Randy Torres Van Vleck,
Aye.
Pualani Vasquez, Howard Wong.
Abstain?
Thank you. The motion passes.
For the record, we had no request for public comment on that item.
Thank you, Justin. Welcome, everyone. My name is Carolyn Abrams. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm the Senior Advisor on Race and Equity in the Caltrans Director's Office of Equity and Tribal Affairs. I want to kick off today by welcoming everyone, both those of you who are in person and joining us virtually. We are really excited to start the new 2025-2027 cohort. And yesterday, we had a wonderful member orientation. Thank you to all of you who are able to join us in person for that. And today marks our first official business meeting of the Equity Advisory Committee. I want to just say a few words before turning it over to the rest of the team. So first and foremost, I want to say thank you for your willingness to step into this space. Your time, your energy, and your expertise means a lot. We recognize that. And it's not just important to us as agencies, but really for the communities that you all represent. I also want to acknowledge the incredible work of our first cohort, starting back in 2023. I believe they set a really strong foundation for this body, and I also am looking forward to the ways in which you will continue to build upon that work. This committee really plays a vital role in shaping how we approach equity in transportation. So as we start this year, I encourage you all to give us your honest feedback, your innovative ideas, and your courage and outspokenness to really challenge us when it's needed. So thank you again for being here. I'm looking forward to the work that we're going to do together. And with that, I will pass it over to Justin to tee up the video from the secretary.
Mashakit, California's Transportation Secretary. Though I'm unable to be there with you today, I'm honored to be a part of this important kickoff meeting. This is an important group gathered here today, and I look forward to meeting and connecting with you in person very soon. Mashakit, California's Transportation Secretary. Though I'm unable to be there with you today, I'm honored to be a part of this important kickoff meeting. This is an important group gathered here today, and I look forward to meeting and connecting with you in person very soon. First of all, thank you for your impactful public service to California and to this Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. We need you. This is no ordinary committee, and of course, as you know, these are no ordinary times. As individual members of this committee, each of you brings unique perspectives and personal lived experiences to the table. Your deep commitment to equitable outcomes for Californians is invaluable. In collaboration with our partner state departments, the work of this committee can help lift up voices that have traditionally been left behind. Along with the committee, the California State Transportation Agency is proud to partner with the CTC and Caltrans as we continue to improve access to a safe, sustainable, and convenient transportation network. Thanks to the teams both at the CTC and Caltrans for trailblazing this work with the committee and beyond. I am pleased this committee has embraced the task of making sure equity is embedded into every corner of our work. We can best summarize the foundation of this work through what we call our core 4 priorities: equity, safety, climate action, and economic prosperity. Historically, transportation decisions prioritize the movement of vehicles over the movement of people. We know that significant change and much needed process improvements are required to better plan not just for our communities, but with our communities. Together, we aim for meaningful outcomes to give Californians a transportation system that gets all people to where they need to go, no matter their income, where they live, their age, race, or any other identity. We also want to make sure our transportation systems continue to work towards limiting air pollution, and that we especially take care of communities that have had more than their share of harms. And finally, we want to do what makes sense economically, that people have a way to get between their home and place of work or school, and not let transportation be a barrier to a thriving life. I hope you recognize the critical part that you, as a member of the EAC, will play in putting these positive changes into motion. Your time, thoughtful consideration, and recommendations on transportation-related plans, programs, and policies will be essential to people who need better. Your work aims to help level the playing field and remove historic or structural barriers for all. I'm grateful to Governor Newsom's administration for leading the way to a more equitable California. And although we're in a time of great political change and uncertainty, what we do here today and through our collective work will have an impact on generations, and our core values remain steadfast. Your 2-year term is a unique opportunity to change lives, and that change will ripple through generations to come. And for that, you are all deserving of considerable gratitude. Thank you again for your essential service to this life-changing work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd now like to turn it over to the Chief Deputy Director of the California Transportation Commission.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Paul Golozewski, and I serve as Chief Deputy Director at the CTC. I had the opportunity to meet many of you yesterday at orientation, and I'm pleased to be here today at the first official business meeting of the committee. This committee plays a critical role in ensuring that California's transportation policies and investments reflect the needs of all communities, especially those that have historically been underserved. Equity continues to be prioritized in how we plan, fund, and implement transportation projects, and your insights and expertise will help guide us in achieving that goal. At the Commission, we're committed to integrating equity into every aspect of our decision-making process. This means working together with you on initiatives such as updating our funding program guidelines, policy recommendations, and engagement strategies. To the 8 new committee members, I want to welcome you, and to the returning members, welcome back. The work that you do is vital to the work that we do across the state. Your role as advisors to us is invaluable in helping to shape our long-term agency-wide efforts centered in equity and representation. I encourage all of you, both new and returning members, to engage in meaningful dialogue, share your knowledge, and work with our agencies to do better. Our work requires collaboration, transparency, and a shared commitment to progress. As we move forward, let's continue to build a transportation system that truly serves all Californians. And finally, I wanted to congratulate and acknowledge EAC member Ana Gonzalez for being honored as the California Woman of the Year by Senator Eloise Gomez-Reyes the other day. We're very proud of you. Thank you all for your dedication, and I look forward to working with each of you.
Thank you, Paul. We'd now like to turn it over to Henry Lee, the CEO of the Sacramento Regional Transit, to provide a welcome to the region. Thank you for being with us, Henry.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's truly an honor to welcome and host CalSTA executive staff and the CTC Interagency Equity Advisory Committee this morning. I'm Henry Lee, General Manager, CEO of Sacramento Transit District, or SACRT, and I'm so happy to see all of you. Yeah, I serve my dear friend, our Secretary of CalSTA, Tokes, and some other people on the line. And also, I'm very excited to say my dear friend and former colleague, Deputy Secretary Allison, who is tasked to lead the equity department in the CalSTA. And so many advisors here or on the line. SACRT's services are critical for our climate and mobility goals, but we play an even larger role in economic development and ensuring the most marginalized communities have access to business, to jobs, and to opportunities. Our 440 square mile service area serves 57% citizens of color in this region, and the communities of color make up 68% of our total riders. So you can see almost 70% of our riders are, from the communities of color. The majority of SACRT's riders are transit dependent, and with 56% from low-income households. Majority of SACRT riders do not even own a car, and 1/3 of our riders make less than $25,000. You can imagine how important transit is. It's truly their lifeline. Our services and public transit across California are truly, like I said, a vital lifeline for so many people in the state. And that is why I'm so excited to welcome and say this wonderful, even powerful advisory committee can make some a major impact on this equity and initiative. And you guys will advise agencies across the state in the transportation section, and from transit side, we have over 130 transit agencies across the state. We would be honored to receive you guys' recommendations, and we will implement your recommendations effectively and efficiently and quickly. And like Secretary Tokes just said, we want to achieve some meaningful outcomes in transportation equity, environmental justice, and equitable economic opportunities. And your recommendations will help guide future transportation planning and funding programs. And thank you very much for your leadership on behalf of 130 transit agencies across the state. With that, again, I just want to welcome all of you again to Sacramento, and the best of the luck with your committee meeting. Thank you for this opportunity.
Don't leave yet. Don't leave, Mr. Lee. Member Martha Armas Kelly. Well, I wanted to say thank you very much for being here and greeting us. It's an honor to be able to be in your city. I lived in Natomas and in Sacramento for a great portion of my son's early life. And so I'd like to thank you, and also take in consideration what you said, the words that you're saying about your community. We recognize that our communities are comprised of many that depend and are a lifeline transportation is a lifeline for them. So we honor you with that consideration, knowing that Sacramento is doing its best to meet the needs of its people. So thank you.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I just wanted to emphasize, we implement a program called Youth Free or Students Ride Free program for over 300,000 students from kindergarten to high school, where the only agency or the large agency across the nation implementing that. The small agencies, but the large agencies with only one who did that. Before Sacramento school districts, the students' absenteeism rate is over 10%. And the reason they were absent because they did not have a transportation means. And we were able to provide a free service to them, add many school trippers. So we have buses directed to go to those schools. That significantly changed lots of students' life. I mean, lots of students, the lunch opportunity only in the school. Just wanted to say,
Thank you.
I would like, how we would like to help, and work with you guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Henry. I'd now like to start with some additional remarks, or excuse me, introductions of our executive leadership and our entire staff team. And then we will turn it over to the members for you all to introduce yourselves as well. So for those of you who are looking at the slides on the screen, our executive leadership, some of who are with us today, include the Secretary of the California State Transportation Agency, Tokes Omashakin, the Director of the California Department of Transportation, Tony Tavares, the Chief Deputy Director of the California Department of Transportation, Mike Keever, the Executive Director of the California Transportation Commission, Tanisha Taylor, and the Chief Deputy Director of the California Transportation Commission, Paul Golozewski. Next slide, please. And as far as the entire team that is really supporting this Equity Advisory Committee, we have the Deputy Secretary for Equity in Workforce with the California State Transportation Agency, Allison Joe, the Deputy Director of the Director's Office of Equity and Tribal Affairs at Caltrans, Naila Pope-Hardin, myself, Carolyn Abrams, Senior Advisor on Race and Equity with the Caltrans Director's Office of Equity and Tribal Affairs, Camille Randolph, Equity Analyst for the Director's Office of Equity and Tribal Affairs, Laura Pennybaker, Deputy Director of Transportation Planning with the California Transportation Commission, Sequoia Erasmus, Associate Deputy Director of Equity and Engagement with the California Transportation Commission, Sasha Linker, Equity and Engagement Program Specialist with the California Transportation Commission, Justin Hall, Committee Clerk for the California Transportation Commission, and Brandy Fleming, Human Resources Liaison with the California Transportation Commission. I'd also like to recognize a few other individuals who are not listed on this slide. We have Dylan Jimenez, who is also supporting us as clerk for this meeting and supporting our work with the Equity Advisory Committee at the California Transportation Commission. Doug Remedios, who is the commission clerk with the California Transportation Commission. And Alexis Lance, who is the Associate Deputy Director for the Director's Office of Equity and Tribal Affairs at Caltrans. And of course, before we send her off on maternity leave, Gwen Hunter, who's Chief Counsel for the California Transportation Commission. I'd like to take this time, and we can begin with the members that are here in the room, but if each of the members could introduce themselves very briefly, we'd like to know your name, your pronouns, the region that you come from or represent, however you define that, And then in just maybe a couple words or less, your area of expertise. So if that's one word or short phrase, we welcome that. We'll start with the folks in the room, and then we can move to the folks that are online. And Peggy, you are immediately to my left, so if you don't mind, I might ask you to kick us off, and then we'll move down the line. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Peggy Martinez. I'm here from Arcata, California, Caltrans District 1. My area of expertise and specialization is disability and accessibility consulting, focusing on active transportation. Oh, she, her.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andres Ramirez. I go by he, him. I come from the Los Angeles area, and my areas, I don't know why I'm echoing. I apologize for that. That better? Okay, there you go. I guess I was too close. And my areas of expertise are mobility justice, community organizing, community planning, and strategic thinking.
Good morning, everyone. David Azevedo. I'm an Associate Director for Advocacy and Community Engagement with AARP California. We represent 3.2 million members in California, and really excited to be here with you all today. We represent a statewide audience, but we work very closely in regional areas throughout California on transportation issues under our Livable Communities and Age-Friendly agenda. And my pronouns are he, him.
Good morning, everyone. Ana Gonzalez, pronouns she, her, ella, and I come from San Bernardino and Riverside counties, also known as the Inland Empire on occupied Tongva land. I represent about 4.5 million people that I advocate for on environmental justice issues. And I see myself as a woman of all trades. I advocate not only for environmental justice, but education and immigration justice issues and social justice. I am the executive director of the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, and we see environmental justice as the umbrella of all the justices, and so that's why we cover many issue areas across the state and the nation, but particularly the Inland Empire, and transportation being a big issue area for us. So yeah, I am so happy to be returning to the EAC and looking forward to the amazing things we're gonna do together. So thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Martha Armis Kelly, member. I'm wearing, I am an Indigenous woman of color, and I am wearing a black top and a black jacket. My pronouns are she, her, and ella. I reside in Merced County, and I serve the greater Central California Valley, which includes Stanislaus counties and San Joaquin County, as well as Merced. My work is primarily in environmental justice. I work for Catholic Charities Environmental Justice Program. And under that workspace, I'm able to cover many different paradigms in social and environmental justice, including outreach, data through storytelling. I also serve as an advocate for United Tribes of California, and I serve on the board for Planado in Action, as well as Community Initiatives for Collective Impact, another environmental organization. And I am the First Five Commissioner on at First Five in Merced County. So I feel that I come from a well-rounded community that has diversity and explores every day stratification at its best, and we meet it with stories and truths and grounding of those disparities that we faced every day. And I'm just grateful to be back with you, hoping to be able to serve these next few years with much more wisdom and ability because it was a great honor to do this last 2 years as a term for building this EAC that we serve on. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Naomi Iwasaki, pronouns she, her. I'm kind of a rookie on this all-star team of a committee. This is my first time as a member, and I'm very excited to be here. I'm based in Los Angeles, California, where I am a senior planner, transportation equity lead for the US West region for a company called HDR. My background and specialization is in active transportation planning and transportation equity. And what I bring is experience incorporating equity frameworks into transportation projects and programs, developing metrics and key performance indicators for equitable outcomes. And with a background in multiple sectors, I've found myself serving as a bit of an interpreter between nonprofit organizations, government agencies, and now the private sector who may want the same outcomes but use different language, have different assumptions, and even a different definition of time. So I'm very excited to be here with some amazing colleagues that I've gotten to know in the past day and ready to listen and ask a lot of questions. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Bimael Chavez Hernandez. I go by he, him, his pronouns. I am from Stanislaus County, so sorry, my apologies, I don't remember which district that is. But my areas of expertise are community development and engagement and equitable housing connections and employment opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you all. And now we can go through the individuals that are joining us virtually. I will go in order of who I can see on the screen, and then you all can unmute yourselves and share, unless, Justin, is it best if you run us through?
Certainly, I can do that. I too will go by the order I see on my screen. So up first, I'd like to call on Howard Wong.
Hello, Howard Wong. Very glad to be part of this body. It's very impressive resumes. I am a retired architect. I am a member of the Bay Area Metropolitan Transportation Commission Policy Advisory Council and its Equity and Accessibility Subcommittee. My professional work has included transportation projects at the airports, transit agencies, and parking authorities. My volunteerism has led me to many equity projects and accessibility projects in particular. I've professionally designed many ADA projects and have developed disability and ADA master plans for many large facilities in the Bay Area. I've been involved very heavily with San Francisco's Chinatown and its assistance to seniors and musicians, for instance. For about 15 years, I'm a founding board member of Next Village, San Francisco, which has been assisting seniors in aging in place in their own community. And that has included a large volunteerism organization for their transportation and transit needs. So I'm very happy to be part of this body, and my pronouns are he, him.
Thank you, Howard. Up next, we have Carrie Akimi Hernandez.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, everyone who's shared so far. It's an honor to be here collaborating with all of you. My name is Carrie Akemi Hernandez. My traditional name is Care Bear Thunderfoot. I am a guest on WAPO Patwin, and Pomo land, also known as Napa, within the San Francisco Bay Area region, which has many indigenous tribes, which also include Ohlone, among others. My cultural background is Mohawk, Seneca, and Apache, as well as Black and European ancestry. My professional background, I have been a real estate agent for 25 years. And I also have parallel passions with environmental and social justice. I'm currently the chair of Napa County Housing Commission. I was formerly a board member of the Napa County Mental Health Board, and I still advise in different capacities as a community advocate. I am a former or a co-founder of both Napa and North Bay Rapid Response, which helps with immigration justice. I'm Napa Valley Leadership Alumni Class 30. I currently have a nonprofit, Bare Root Resource Center, and I do business consulting. And my pronouns are she, her, they, them. And I look forward to working with you all here.
Up next, we have Michelle Rousey.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michelle Rousey, and her, she pronouns. And I'm a disability advocate and consumer of such services. I advocate at the state level for seniors and people with disabilities on the DACLAC, which is the Disability and Aging Community Living Advisory Board. And I look forward to working with everybody. Thank you.
Up next, we have Florence Simon.
Hey everyone, I'm Florence Simon. I use she, her pronouns. I'm from the Bay Area, so I think that's District 4. I'm very excited to be here and collaborating with everyone. I'm a new member. My expertise is in policy implementation, project delivery, integrating priorities like climate and equity into funding programs. That expertise comes from my time at the Biden-Harris administration, where I was a political appointee at the Department of Transportation and worked on implementing the bipartisan infrastructure law. Right now, I am chief of staff at an infrastructure investing company, but I will be transitioning to a role with the city of San Francisco in a couple days. Really excited to work with everybody.
Thank you. Up next, we have Gloria Huerta.
Hello, Gloria Huerta. Pronouns are she, her, ella. I currently reside in Sacramento, but I grew up in a rural unincorporated community called Orosi in Tulare County. I'm the chief operating officer of MioCar, and my area of expertise is transportation equity, as well as electric vehicle car sharing in underserved communities throughout Tulare County, Kern County, Stockton, Tracy, Richmond, and Watsonville.
Thank you. Up next, we have Randy Torres Van Vleck.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Randy Torres Van Vleck, pronouns he, him, or they, them. It's a pleasure to see a lot of you in person. I'm back there in San Diego. I grew up in South San Diego in the Castle Park neighborhood of Chula Vista, a few miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. For the last 15 years, I've worked in the space of community development, community engagement, transportation, and housing. I'm currently the Associate Director of Community and Housing Development for PANA, Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. And we're building on 2.2 acres of community-owned land. We're building a refugee and immigrant cultural hub and housing campus, 167 units along the rapid transit corridor. For PANA, I worked at City Heights Community Development, where I worked on eviction prevention, land use, community organizing, transportation justice initiatives. City Heights CDC has a long history of engagement on that issue. City Heights is the first community in California to have a park built on top of a freeway. So there's a lot of deep rootedness in the transportation justice space in City Heights. That's where I live. Also a bike safety instructor for the Bike Coalition. Working on another initiative called decommission of freeway ramps in actual city southeast. And I lead transborder bike rides from San Diego to Tijuana. Most of that is. So I invite you all to join us sometime and get to celebrate our beautiful mega region, which is on Kumi Island. Pleasure to meet you all and work. And I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Pualani Vasquez.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm a new member. My name is Pualani Vasquez. Please feel free to call me Pua. My pronouns are she, her, ea. Currently, I am the injury prevention coordinator for an adult level 1 trauma center in San Diego. I have been in transportation safety and in education for transportation safety for over a decade. I work in all aspects of roadway safety, distracted driving, impaired driving, older driver safety, novice driver education, child passenger safety, micromobility, vulnerable road users. I use a data-driven approach and really upstream public health modalities to create behavior change and safer roadways for all road users, and really work on trying to provide education for everybody that interacts with that, whether it be people who create policies, people who develop roadways, people who are just part of our community, because you don't know what you don't know. So I really try to provide that education. I'm so happy to be here with you guys.
Thank you. Up next, we have Lisa Marie Alvarado. Lisa Marie, you're free at this time to unmute yourself. She may be having audio issues. It looks like she's attempting to unmute.
Hi, apologies. My name is Lisa Alvarado. I am zooming in from Amtrak, so my quality is not the best. I currently reside in the Central Valley, Visalia, California, better known as Yokoch territory. I own a small business called Women Wise, and I'm bridging social justice and quality of life wellness in the Central Valley through small gatherings and campaigns. My strength really relies in just building community and weaving together folks that are not generally at the same table. And when I'm not doing that, I enjoy riding my bike, fully committed to public transit and building accessibility within the Central Valley, and kind of throwing my body on the line to help make it better. Oh, pronouns she, her, ea, and also a first-time member. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have now called on all members. However, if I did miss you, please raise your hand at this time. Not seeing or hearing anything. I think we've concluded all members. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. And thank you to all of the members that are joining us. It's abundantly clear that you have a wealth of expertise and experience that you are bringing to this group. So we'll conclude these welcoming remarks with the Chief Deputy Director of the California Department of Transportation, otherwise known as Caltrans. And also we have Commissioner Falcone on the line who would like to say a few words. So Mike Keever, I'll first turn to you, and then we'll pivot to Commissioner Falcone.
Yeah, thank you, Carolyn, and a great opportunity for me to come join you. Sorry I'm a little bit late. We just happened to have on the same day. I was also meeting with the Native American Advisory Committee as well. So I did hear some of the introductions. I want to welcome our new members. Very excited to have you join us. And our returning members, thank you so much for what you did and to helping us to continue making progress. the expertise that was shared. I heard some of the introductions. This is going to be invaluable as we go forward. And, this is, I suppose this, what we're doing, what we're seeking to do is so important. It's always, sort of a monumental moment, if you will. But it certainly seems like we are in one in this area right now. And really want to thank all of you for giving, your time and joining us and building off of the first cohort. So this is the first meeting of the 2025-2027 Equity Advisory Committee. And, we really want to build off of all that foundational work that was made with that first cohort. They've done a great job in helping us to launch this multi-agency effort with all of you. And now we want to, sustain that and move forward and engage. And those of you that are new to this, I just want to make sure you feel welcome and encouraged. We're going to have at times some good, hard, sometimes difficult conversations. I want to give you our commitment. We want to hear from you. We want to engage with you. The people that are here and joining you, I think every one of us is committed to doing the hard work to try to, achieve equity in California. And so it's only going to be by having our conversations, working together, finding ways, your expertise, and I'll also say we want to share our expertise. There are certain ways that government works. What can we do to help make it work better? And so we're hoping to bring that as our contribution in working with all of you. As we go forward, we'll get into the topics. I know the newer members, we're going to do our best to share some foundational things with you to help you, with this engagement. But if you have any questions, wonderful team. Carolyn introduced me, but we have, many other members here on all the three of the agencies to really engage with you and try to make this a success. So thank you again for your dedication and joining us. And I look forward to continuing to work with you and join you in the future. And hopefully next time I'll be in person with a lot of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike, and we appreciate you joining us. I'd now like to turn to Commissioner Falcone.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Clarissa Reyes Falcon, pronouns she, her, hers, newly appointed Vice Chair of the California Transportation Commission. And I'm just really delighted to join you very briefly today and to welcome the new members of the Equity Advisory Committee as well as the returning Equity Advisory Committee. I don't have too much more to say beyond what Chief Deputy Director Mike Keever expressed, only to say that the Commission is very appreciative and values highly the work that you all do, which is why I was compelled to jump in a little bit and to see all the new members and really express support for the work that you're doing. We are here as a commission to hear from you and to really take to heart the really important feedback that you all will be bringing to us and to CalSTA and Caltrans. I cannot understate how important your work is to us now more than ever. And so look forward to working with you. Just really quickly, I am from the San Diego region, have worked on many projects and issues related to the California-Mexico border region, as well as in the Barrio Logan area. So it's really exciting to see two members of San Diego as part of the Equity Advisory Committee, but looking forward to hearing perspectives from all of you in all the regions and communities that you all represent. So again, thank you for the service and being part of this, and look forward to working with you all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Falcone. So just to let all of the members know, if you are looking at your agenda, we are going to take an item out of order. So just to accommodate folks' schedules, we are going to move forward with tabs 13 and 14 first before moving on to a break and then the elections for chair and vice chair. Oh, excuse me, is there any public comment on that item?
We are not seeing any requests for public comment.
Thank you. So for all of the members that attended the orientation yesterday, I know some of this information is going to be slightly repetitive, but we want to expand upon what we shared yesterday by also highlighting some of the accomplishments from the previous cohort. So I'll first start by providing an overview of the committee scope and touch briefly on subcommittees, and then we will talk about the accomplishments and contributions in 2024, which I believe will give all of you, particularly the new members, a better sense of the tangible opportunities to provide advisory support to our agencies. So we'll be taking tabs 13 and 14 together. Next slide. So the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, or the EAC, or the committee as we commonly refer to it, is basically acting in an advisory capacity to the Commission, CalSTA, and Caltrans. The Commission, CalSTA, and Caltrans retain all policy and program decision-making authority, but the committee may review, advise, and make recommendations on transportation-related plans, programs, and policies that include, but are not limited to, state transportation planning guidelines, state transportation funding program guidelines, state transportation plans, quantitative and qualitative metrics for evaluating equity benefits and outcomes, incorporation of meaningful community engagement practices into all aspects of transportation work, assessment of equitable outcomes in projects, policies, and programs, assistance with future racial equity action plans as applicable, development of recommendations regarding best practices to elevate equity in project planning and delivery, and development of a public participation guidebook. Next slide. Recommendations made by the committee or any subcommittee will be considered by each agency for incorporation into policies and programs. Recommendations affecting other entities or agencies must pertain to policies or programs within the jurisdiction of the Commission, CalSTA, or Caltrans, and not any other federal, state, or local agencies, and may only be submitted to the Commission, CalSTA, and Caltrans. Next slide. To give you all a sense of what this really looks like in practice, we want to highlight the accomplishments and contributions of our previous cohort in 2024. This advisory body contributed in numerous ways, including to several statewide initiatives, which included the Reconnecting Communities, Highways to Boulevards pilot program, the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, commonly known as CAPTI, and the Federal Transit Administration 5310 program, which, as a side note, awarded $51.7 million to nearly 100 agencies. The EAC also contributed to policy efforts, including Senate Bill 1121, which is the State and Local Transportation Needs Assessment, and to the development of programs and guidelines, including the State Highway Operations and Protection Program Guidelines, otherwise known as SHOP, the Caltrans Public Engagement Plan and Portal, the Equity and Road Charge Statewide Outreach, the Caltrans Equity Index Use Case Development, Senate Bill 1 Program Guidelines Language Update, And as a side note, those programs awarded over $1.7 billion to SB1 projects. And finally, the Active Transportation Program Guidelines update. Next slide. And as you all heard yesterday at the orientation, we also held several subcommittees last year. These were all ad hoc subcommittees, meaning that they are not permanent. However, in a short amount of time, they were able to contribute quite a lot. So I'll go through these briefly, and we will have a longer discussion about this in terms of what you all want to do as members this year. First and foremost, we had a subcommittee on the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. This was chaired by Amber Novi, and this subcommittee met between June and August to deliberate, draft, and approve a letter with recommended updates to CAPDI, which were then submitted to the California State Transportation Agency. We also had a Safety and Climate Subcommittee, which was chaired by Martha Armas Kelly, and this subcommittee met from August through December of last year. Their primary focus was on leading and developing the equity vision and mission statement. We also had a Housing, Infrastructure, and Broadband Subcommittee, which was chaired by Cheryl Villegas Walker. This subcommittee also met between August and December, and their primary focus was on providing recommendations around broadband access and helping to inform the Middle Mile Broadband Initiative. And finally, we had a Walkability, Disability, and Complete Street Subcommittee, which was chaired by Michelle Rousey. This subcommittee met from August through December, and their focus area was providing feedback and recommendations on the Senate Bill 1121 Transportation Needs Assessment. Next slide. And similar to what we will be doing in 2025, the EAC last year met 6 times, approximately bi-monthly. We held 2 executive meetings and 4 business meetings. And we met throughout the state, including in-person locations in Sacramento, Orange County, Suisun City, and Riverside. And we had 2 fully virtual meetings at that time. And for the current members, the schedule was provided as part of your orientation packet yesterday and is also available online. Next slide. Are there any questions about the committee scope, the possibility of forming subcommittees, or the potential work that this body could take on? Yes, Peggy.
I mentioned it yesterday, but because we've got all of our folks online also here today, I would like us to see how we can approach the Complete Streets sort of paradigm, learn more about it, maybe advise on it, but basically do a deeper dive into how Complete Streets is being implemented and yeah, any way that we can sort of have some input and also learn more about it for either a future agenda or potential subcommittee, that kind of thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Peggy. Martha, I'll go to you and then I'll turn to the members that have their hands up on the Zoom.
I guess my question is, are we continuing with the subcommittees that we had and are moving forward with them? Because we do have broadband and Complete Streets that were included in one of those subcommittees. So I would be reticent to say we need to recreate when we already have something. But I do agree that for the knowledge of all of us and also to like reinforce that concept, it would be a good idea to bring in, expert matter to the forefront and be able to have a little bit more discussion on what that looks like and what our current projects are for Complete Streets. So thank you.
That's a great point. Thank you, Martha. Let me respond to your question before I move on to the other individuals who have their hands up. So to be clear, the ad hoc subcommittees that were formed in 2024 are set to sunset after approximately a year or once the work of that subcommittee has been accomplished. So those subcommittees are still on the table as a viable option. We can continue to use those structures moving forward, but I think we want to have that conversation with the larger group and also determine whether or not the existing subcommittees should be made permanent if we see value in that, or if the scope of those subcommittees can continue to contain some of these other efforts that you all want to focus on, such as the Complete Streets efforts and things of that nature. So it's definitely a conversation to have. And at this point in time, we will also provide some parameters around what staff can really support, because anytime we have a subcommittee, it will need to be publicly noticed. Staff support will need to be provided for all of those meetings. So with the current 3 ad hoc subcommittees, we have staff capacity to support that. Beyond 3 subcommittees, it would start to go beyond our capacity. So we would need to revisit whether one of those subcommittees needs to be replaced by something else, if you have a strong opinion about that.
Thank you.
And let's turn to the folks that have their hands up. Michelle, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I agree. I think because we were working on what we were working on with the walkability, disability, and complete streets this last year, that we really didn't get to dive into the walkability portion of that and the complete streets. So I would love to also work on that area in what does that all mean, and what the committee or subcommittee would want out of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Howard?
Yes, the overarching issues that seem to be on the minds of most transit agencies as well as states is funding. There's a lot of discussion in the Bay Area about potential funding measures, keeping and attempting to expand state budgets for transit and transportation, the potential loss of federal dollars for projects, which I know all leaders in the state and all the agencies are working very hard on. So the overarching issue of funding, I wonder how that's being looked at, or how we can participate in helping assist in the funding issues.
It's a very good point.
Thank you, Howard. Carrie?
Thank you. My question is whether or not a member can serve on more than one committee and what the bandwidth is for that.
That's a great question. Thank you, Carrie. Yes, so members can serve on as many subcommittees as they would like. And once we publicly notice a subcommittee meeting, if there are members who are not officially part of that subcommittee, you are still welcome to attend. If you are not technically a member of that subcommittee, you just would not have a vote on any matters that we're taking action on. But members can serve on all the subcommittees, and also, with that being said, subcommittee participation is not required. So members do not have to serve on a subcommittee. Yes, David.
So thanks so much for this overview, and really great to see the tremendous accomplishment that the committee made over the last 2 years. Just very quick before I get to my question, there will be a time for us to talk about the formation of the subcommittees later today.
That's not on the agenda.
That's on the agenda, correct? Or is this the moment we talk about?
This would be the moment to talk about that, although I just wanted to reassure you all that we will have additional conversations about this as well. And perhaps, David, by all means, I will let you finish. Once we also have a chair and a vice chair elected after today, the staff team can also work really closely with them to create a proposal around subcommittees and share that out with all of you. And that can be done via email, so we don't have to wait until our next in-person meeting. And additionally, staff can support the solicitation of input from members outside of this meeting space as well. And so we can compile that and send that out to folks. But please, by all means, use this time as well.
No, that's really helpful because I'm trying to understand the kind of, next steps and when we actually would vote on subcommittees. Is that an actual majority vote? Is it a 2/3 vote?
So ad hoc doesn't need a vote. It would just, I believe we,
The chair creates it.
okay, yeah. And so we would just take a motion, like an action.
Got it. Okay, great. That was great just to kind of get that out of the way to kind of get my mind about it as a new member. So thank you so much. Since it sounds like we're kind of giving just general pitches, accessible transportation is a huge priority of AERP, especially in light of the master plan for aging showing that 1 in 4 Californians will be over the age of 60 in 2030. That's just 5 short years. And, it's really great to see that the committee had a role in advising on the SB 1121 report. Notably, the SB 1121 report shows and demonstrates that there needs to be more needs assessment on accessible transportation. That was the one area of transportation that the report lacked kind of a conclusive look at those needs. So would love to see a subcommittee or substantial effort by this committee to engage with staff at Caltrans, CalSTA, and the CTC on efforts to look at a needs assessment of accessible transportation, given the need to prioritize that more as we approach this major demographic change.
Thank you, David. Yes, Martha.
I'd just like to say, I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I know that when we came in with guns blazing. But as it turns out, it's really kind of like when we were talking about Bagley King yesterday, how it's all systemic. And all the things that you're saying, all the things you're bringing up, we want that to be recognized and acknowledged for our future meetings. But this one's just going to be kind of like the intro. And then the next one, we're going to expect you to speak up and bring out all of that information because you do have a lot of expertise in that area. And I recognize that expertise. I myself, I'm 59 years old and I will be over 60 in the next 5 years. And we're living longer, right? And we're certainly a lot more healthy. And it is important to be able to recognize that disability does not have a real age. You could be young and something could be affecting your life. You could be born with, a certain type of disability, or you could fall down and all of a sudden not be able to have mobility and be ambulatory. And we require either signage or like today, my eye is affected and I have blurriness in my eye. And I know that my peripheral vision is affected. And if there weren't signs out with, noise to be able to understand that there's something or an infrastructure or something that is in my way that could cause me harm is detrimental. We need to have that. So I'm excited to hear that you have all that enthusiasm in that area. And I hope that you work really close with the other members that are also in that schemata of thinking. And I think that I'm really excited. And the members that are online, I just want to say hello because I didn't get to say hello to you yesterday or see you. So I want to take this opportunity to say hello and greet you. And I'm very excited that we're all together here and looking forward to what we're going to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. So we are hearing some vocal, remarks around priorities for some of these subcommittees. We heard these yesterday and today as well. So thank you folks for echoing those. There's a big ask for focusing on complete streets and how that's being implemented, really focusing on the walkability component of the Walkability Disability Complete Streets efforts. And then also looking at funding, particularly around expanding state budgets and the potential loss of federal funding. So Howard, thank you for that comment. And then also the master plan for aging and looking at a needs assessment around that. Yes, Martha.
If we're going to go there, then I want to make sure I throw in my 5 minutes, 5 seconds. I recognize all those areas, but I do not want to bring up the narrative I insist on bringing up the narrative for safety and climate. We, as a state, have seen fires, we've seen floods, and we've seen major changes that have impacted not only our California residents, but also those that are on the front lines, that are out there working in those spaces. And we need to recognize that we need to maintain transportation, and equity is for all. And that includes those that build those spaces, those that are out there working day to day, and those that are traveling to and fro on those corridors. So I would like to say that safety and climate should be a consideration. Climate, because it only we cannot dismiss the fact that our climate is affecting many of our workspaces, including the work that we're doing out there. We might have a project and our weather can shift and that project can be delayed, which also infringes on our residents, as well as we have to have emergency preparedness, and that's our safety component that we need to have. And as I speak, I know that there are many people in LA right now relying on us to be at the forefront and have those considerations for our residents in the state of California. So I will continue to push forward for safety and climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Point well taken. So one thing that I would like to commit to and speak on behalf of my staff team for is that, and also we recognize that we sent you a lot of information prior to the orientation, and we did not want the critical administrative pieces to fall through the cracks while also sending you just too many other pieces of paper. So what we can do following this meeting is send you an overview of the scope for each of the existing ad hoc subcommittees. You also have access to these slide decks, which give you a sense of some of those contributions and accomplishments of the subcommittees last year. And I think with that information, you can start to think about how some of your priorities fit within those frameworks. And if they don't, we will solicit input from all of you. It can be via email, you can give us a call, however you prefer, and we can begin to take some additional feedback around what you would like to see subcommittees accomplish in 2025 and whether or not you think the current subcommittee structure is adequate to accomplish that. And so in addition to working or soliciting that feedback from all of you, after this meeting, we will also have a chair and a vice chair appointed, and we can work closely with them to ensure that that subcommittee structure represents the priorities of the committee members.
Just a point of clarity, this is Andres speaking. Staff's capacity is only for there to be 3 committees, correct?
At this time, that seems to be what we have adequate capacity for, but keep in mind that some ad hoc subcommittees can operate for a very short amount of time, such as our CAPTI subcommittee last year. So if that's a proposal that you want to put forward, I think staff can assess whether or not we have the ability to support that.
It's good to know, because it might mean we might combine
Yes.
committees to make it work for it to be 3, right?
Yeah, I wanted to add to that. As I mentioned yesterday, we had the Safety and Climate Sub Ad Hoc Committee, and we went into working on the vision and mission statement. So that was something that was not part of our original scope of work. However, if there is an item that can be incorporated and highlighted as well, or reinforcing that idea, because I think that we're also missing inclusion, and we're missing an opportunity to create spaces for all to have access, as well as funding and so many other components that come with that. I would feel that if the group as a whole would like to incorporate something else and maybe transition the group into a joining or even adding more to, then I don't think that that would be an issue. So that would be something that we could possibly consider as a group.
Yes, Peggy.
Peggy here. I would like to sort of posit or suggest the opinion and idea that inclusion and equity and anything that those are sort of inherently part of anything that we do. When we're talking about climate inclusivity and whatever accessibility, access, or whatever, all of that sort of, or I'm sorry, disability access would all be a part of this. Like, I think it's really important that as we consider any of our tenets, our priorities, that we we make sure that we're considering as many stakeholder groups as we can, while focusing on the matter at hand, whether it be safety or climate or walkability or funding. So I just wanted to make sure to get that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Point well taken. Yes, Naomi.
Thank you for my fellow committee members' input. I think this is really valuable. Might ask a scope creep question. So I know we're kind of looking internally at our committee about how we can structure some robust conversations through these subcommittees. I think we're also within that conversation covering a broad range of topics that, of course, all require and demand that equity be embedded in them. How do I ask this question? Are there opportunities for this committee to coordinate or learn from and share our ideas with other statewide committees that also advise the different departments, not just within transportation, but I think inspired by Anna's introduction, that social justice is not limited to these, the definitions of work sectors that we may need to focus on or define for ourselves. I think from Allison's comments yesterday about busting silos, I think that might be an opportunity as well. So that's a long-winded way of, I guess, asking if this committee has opportunity to coordinate and learn from and share our ideas with other advisory committees at the state.
That's a great point. Thank you, Naomi. And yes, so the staff team can definitely make those connections. And I think we know that there are several advisory committees already operating across the state that we have connections with, that we would be happy to connect all of you with. And I will say that we would need to evaluate what that looks like in terms of either inviting folks to attend the EAC meetings or looking for opportunities for you all to perhaps attend their meetings, or if something's done virtually, inviting perhaps a presentation or some sort of guest speaker to a subcommittee meeting, something of that nature. So we can definitely explore that path. And then I would also just add that, as we talked about yesterday, in addition to the subcommittee structure, another mechanism that the EAC has access to is appointing 2 subject matter experts to work on an issue. So that is a much more nimble way for members to convene and discuss a topic or explore ways in which you can provide feedback and support to our agencies without it needing to be a publicly noticed meeting or requiring additional staff support. So beyond, the subcommittees that are operating and the idea of, maybe staff can only support 3 at this time, but 2 SMEs could always work on an issue area, and that could be for any duration of time. Any questions on that? Yes, David.
Just a quick clarification. I also want to note Michelle also has her hand raised, just so that she's not missed. So for the subject matter experts, and just to be completely transparent with this thinking, accessible transportation, right, priority for AARP in the sense that you don't really necessarily see that prioritization at certain levels of the interagencies. So in the subject matter expert kind of discussion, what I'm hearing is that there will be no staff support for those. It would kind of be incumbent upon an SME on the EAC to provide their own kind of entire work. It would be independent without staff support.
Not that it wouldn't have any staff support. I'm glad you clarified that, David. So staff are still able to support that effort, provide information or other resources that you all might need, but we would not need to publicly notice a meeting, have an agenda posted online, host a Zoom, things of that nature. So more of that administrative support, which takes a lot of capacity, because we wouldn't need to provide that if 2 SMEs were just convening, hopping on the phone or meeting in person, that basically alleviates that additional time on staff, but we are still here as a resource. So information, connections, things like that.
Perfect. Great to hear. Thank you.
Of course. Yes, Peggy.
Really quick about the SME thing, because I think that's a really kind of a critical and nimble, as you say, way of accomplishing something. But that SME would have clearly defined goals, and it would have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And so it's not this ongoing thing. So it's super tidy, and because to me, that makes something like that like reasonable, because sort of endlessly ongoing meetings are not that great. But quick and nimble and, sort of decisive, goal-oriented, priority setting, whatever, meetings, that works really well. So that's kind of the thing with the subject matter expert meeting is it's really like, it's for that purpose, just to get something done. Is that right?
Yes, thank you so much, Peggy. I think that's a really good point, and I'm glad you raised that. I would say that that would also be the goal of the subcommittees as well. And so whether they're ad hoc or permanent, whether you're convening subject matter experts, there should be a clear objective. And that way we also have, just out of respect for all of your time, that we're able to ensure that your efforts are being applied in an effective way. The other thing that I will note, as long as we're on this topic, is that later in the agenda, we're going to be covering some of the upcoming advisory opportunities that our agencies want to bring to you all in the near term. And as our agencies continue to bring forward items, we will be able to map out the rest of the year in terms of time commitments and responsibilities. And I think that will also help inform some of the structures that you all choose around subcommittees, the focus, whether or not you see the need to make those permanent, and then also the possibility of identifying SMEs to work on some of those efforts. And with that, I just also want to note that as we work on these different issue areas, the subcommittee spaces do give you an opportunity to explore issues for informational purposes, but we really want to ensure that anything the subcommittees are producing can actually be applied to the work of our agencies. So staff will provide some clear parameters and guidelines around that, just to ensure that you all don't spend time on an effort that we don't have an area to really plug it into, if that makes sense. Okay, and we do have a comment in the chat, if I could have someone read that.
Certainly. From Lisa, this is a great idea as a multimodal transit rider. I'd like to see where I can lend my insight, expertise, and experience to my fellow members and contribute to the qualitative challenge. Interested to see if I should be in an ad hoc or maybe a beneficial for me to be in multiple, as not many folks use public transit but support public transit. I feel my unique lens as a Central Valley resident, fully committed to public transit and being in the belly of the beast in terms of injustice across multiple fronts. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you, Lisa, for that comment. Michelle, you had your hand up. Did you have a comment you wanted to share?
Yeah, I think, one of the really great things that I thought last year that happened was a lot of cross-pollination between the Disability and Aging Community Living Committee and the EAC, and having members and staff from both agencies like report out to the groups, and I think that was very helpful in being able to do our subcommittee and being able to get the information to the members. So and we have a lot of goals with the master plan and aging that are alike, and I think if there's other committees that have some of the same things that are going on, that cross pollination between groups is really good, and so that we get the information where it needs to go.
Thank you, Michelle. Are there other? Yes, Peggy.
Really quickly, Peggy here. Lisa, I wanted to tell you that there are a lot of us on this committee who do walk and, are out in the street, crossing, walking, dealing with sidewalks, and also who take public transit. So please know that it's not theory, that there are a lot of people who are practically out in the street, out in the environment, dealing with the infrastructure. So just wanted to tell you.
Oh, she says thank you. And thank you, Peggy. Are there other comments or questions from folks here in the room or folks online around subcommittees, potential scope, or work that this group could take on? Yes, Carrie, go ahead.
Thank you. I was going to share this later, but I wanted to take a moment to mention two people. James Oakley, who recently was murdered in a sweep in Vallejo and unhoused. And Emily Pike, although out of state, was a teenage girl and is part of the MMIW or MMIP, missing and murdered Indigenous women or person. They were trying to walk back home. And so I just wanted to uplift those and talk about those issues in some of the spaces.
Thank you, Carrie. We do appreciate you bringing that to the space. Allison?
Yes, hi. I don't know if the cameras work this way, but there's a camera there, but I think it's not a Zoom camera. So Allison Joe, Deputy Secretary for the State Transportation Agency, for the members who I didn't get a chance to meet yesterday, who are now on Zoom. I'm really glad that you're here, and I appreciate your voices and your participation. And so I just wanted to say hi. Second is on this item in particular, I want to make sure that there's clarity in terms of what's being discussed or what's being proposed and what will be brought forward in the next meeting, because what I do want to make sure that everyone, I keep looking back because there's a screen behind me, but there's also a screen in front of me, so I'm going to focus this way. That there's clarity in expectation from the committee, that there's clarity in terms of what staff can support based on what we've already done, but thinking about what we've already done as an opportunity forward in terms of the 3 existing ad hocs, which expire in a year's time. And I didn't catch exactly when that was, Carolyn?
That'll be roughly August.
So in August, right? So it expires in a year from August, or August. And what that means for your participation, because those committees were established with previous members of the committee and new members who want to participate in different ways, right? So thinking about that a little differently, or mixing and matching a little bit. I'm also hearing members who are new and actually existing who want to continue to shift the scope, maybe even just the naming of the subcommittee. And I'm going to refer to them as subcommittees, not ad hoc subcommittees, although I know that there's a difference because subcommittees have to be changed in the charter, but you're using them both at the same time. So ad hoc subcommittee, the ad hoc committee, right? I think that that's another conversation to have, but I think there needs to be some clarity for the committee in terms of what the existing ad hoc subcommittee are and who might be interested in serving on those committees, if there's a change in possible scope of those committees, and potentially if it does not fit within the scope of this committees, what else would be conversations that might need to be had either by the full committee in a formal meeting, in potentially a future ad hoc subcommittee, or potentially in the subject matter expert conversations as options for having those conversations. Does that make sense? Am I echoing that correctly? Okay. And then once that is kind of brought forward, where it's laid out in front of the full committee, determining what the steps are moving forward, because then you have to determine, and I want a clarification from the team on this. If the ad hoc committees are established, are there set members, or is it just whoever wants to show up? And are there quorum issues?
So there are not quorum issues, but we did have an opportunity last year where members opted in formally to serve on a subcommittee, and that does need to be confirmed so that we know the membership, because the members of that subcommittee are the ones that can take action. However, anyone who is not officially a part of the subcommittee can still attend and listen in and share comments. They just don't have
They're not
voting.
sitting on the other side, essentially, right?
Correct.
As public members who are also members of the committee.
And we can always change the membership of subcommittees. So last year, about a month into operating one of the subcommittees, we had a member say, hey, I would like to join another subcommittee. Not a problem. We added them to the roster.
Does that have to be formally voted on by this committee?
Nope.
Okay. Does it have to be, is there that, okay, that's a different conversation around how we make sure we share that information. Just being really aware of Bagley Keene and who chooses to move around and how that works and who knows who is aware of that, right? As there are numbers of people and we all need to be able to be very clear about who's on what subcommittee. David, and I think Martha, maybe you had your hand up?
I just wanted to clarify. The reason why we came up with the subcommittees was because we have a lot of perspectives. And in order to be able to vacillate and move a little quicker with some of the information and report back to the group, all the work that we did in the subcommittees were all vetted back to the group as a whole. We were also reporting back if there were any changes as to whom was on the subcommittee. If there was an absence, for example, someone couldn't come and they were chairing the meeting and someone else had to take in. We made detailed notes of every step. However, we weren't subject to the Bagley Keene because of that particular idea that we were using subject to people when we had two people. But it's important, I think, that to revisit this because we're not all returning to be able to have that outlined. And I think that it would be a good idea to be able to outline the steps so that every new member would know. And also in those subcommittees groups, if anyone is interested, because we're returning, right? We need new members. So there are plenty of opportunities for many folks to be able to sit and participate as recognized members of said subcommittees. And we're looking forward to that. With that in mind, I'd also like to know, I know we have our calendar outlined for all our other meetings, but do we have a calendar set already for the subcommittee meetings yet?
No, we do.
Okay, so that would be probably the next after we already establish our leadership. And I think that right now that's probably the most critical thing. And from once we have that established, then we can move forward to kind of understanding what roles, because a lot of the information that we're talking about is often discussed in the agenda compilation. And when we have the agenda meetings, we're able to take all of the information and say, hey, I'm hearing a lot from our members that they would like XYZ. How can we incorporate XYZ into our agenda so that we can meet the needs of our members? So I just wanted to clarify that and note that I hope that that's what we're going to do and moving for a measure to be able to address what is being presented today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Martha. And I will talk on a little process in a minute here, but Michelle, I see you have your hand up. Thank you for waiting. Feel free to unmute yourself.
Yeah, we did have quorum issues with the subcommittees last year and not enough members to officially have a meeting, at least once, I remember. And so that will need to be addressed in how many members we have for those subcommittees. And I just want to bring it up, but yes, that was an issue.
Thanks for flagging that, Michelle. David?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, this is new to me in the sense that most committees that I've served on kind of mirror the legislative model, right? Where when there's new members that are sworn in, when there's kind of a new kind of 2-year term that kind of sets in, that there's kind of a blank slate, right? Where there's committees that are kind of created new or they kind of reset. So the August timeline is a little confusing to me. Are there actually unfinished business of these committees that are currently ongoing that would maybe make it harder to dissolve them or to change them? Or easier?
Yeah, that's a great question. So technically, no, with the exception of the vision and mission statement that was being led by the Safety and Climate Subcommittee last year. However, we'll be covering that process later in the agenda because at the close of the year, they identified 2 subject matter experts from their subcommittee to carry that work forward. So in theory, that could be separate from that subcommittee at this point. And with that being said, the 3 subcommittees did complete the tasks that they set out to do last year. However, the structure of those subcommittees, given the topic areas, thematically could take on additional roles or responsibilities. So that's a squishy way of saying that yes and no. There are no pending action items, I should say.
Got it. And so it just makes sense. So just to make sure I understand, so today's action of choosing a chair and vice chair, that starts the process of the chair and vice chair working with yourself, Carolyn, and the rest of the team to set the kind of parameters of these committees that will be all within your bailiwick?
I'm so sorry. Can you please repeat that?
Sure. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of the next steps here. So we're going to today choose the chair and vice chair. They will work with your team to determine the structure of the ad hocs. What are the opportunities for the rest of the committee to weigh in on that structure?
Okay, thank you. Great question. So let me talk on process for a second. I think we have a couple options at our disposal. So currently, we have the 3 ad hoc subcommittees, which are a carryover from last year. The reason for the odd timing of August was that because we did not create those subcommittees until later in the year. Their first meeting took place in August. And therefore, that was the beginning of their, 1-year duration, essentially. So with that, we can revisit continuing the work of those ad hoc subcommittees. And if anybody would like to change that structure or the focus or the titling, naming of those subcommittees, we have the opportunity to do that. So following this meeting, what we can give to all of the members is an overview of those 3 subcommittees, including the scope and really the purpose of why they were formed in the first place, a recap of what they've already done, and if there is any unfinished business, we can note that. At this time, I don't believe that there is. And then related to that, I think after today's meeting, we'll have some clarity around completing the work of the mission and vision statement. And then following that, if we want to explore opportunities for creating other subcommittees, according to the charter, ad hoc subcommittees may be formed by the chair or by a majority vote of the committee. So as needed basis, essentially. So we have some mechanisms as staff where we can send out information to you all as members. You can respond to us directly, so you're not conferring, with members in violation of Bagley-Keene. So if you have feedback, particularly after today's discussion, as you've given more thought to the priorities and the work that you all want to do, we will send out a request for that feedback with a deadline of when we need to hear from you all. And then after today, given that we expect to appoint a chair and a vice chair, we can work closely with them to compile that feedback, see if we are in alignment with the current subcommittees that we currently have, or if we need to revisit that structure. Yes, Andres.
To Peggy's point, this is Andres again. To Peggy's point earlier about making sure that the committees have strong objectives of what we're trying to accomplish, I think it would be helpful, maybe having a landscape analysis in terms of the agencies or priorities of where opportunities lie for us to really inform based on our goals for the committees, right? I think that'll really help to inform the formation moving forward. So my recommendation is maybe sometime in the next meeting or so to have this conversation, right? Like these are priority areas for the different agencies. Yeah, I think that'll help. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Andres. And I will flag that item 16 on today's agenda is focused on interagency updates, and that will be an opportunity for you all to hear from our agencies around some of those priorities and where we really need your advisory support. And then to your point, Andres, I think a larger conversation and what we are working on as a team is providing a more comprehensive plan for the rest of the year in terms of the items where we can plug EAC members in, where you all can provide, whether it's, recommendations on policies or development of programs or guidelines, things like that. And so that can help at an early time inform the rest of the year as you all begin to make decisions around the structures you want to put in place and how you want to proceed as a full body, as subcommittees, or as subject matter experts. I'll go, Martha, you first, and then Allison.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, please.
No, I have lots of chairs. It's okay. So this is Allison again with CalSTA. I wanted to just note that one, and maybe propose the idea that if there are no pending items for the current subcommittees, that there could, I think we could potentially, and I want to, this is just as a brainstorm, and we would have to check it through staff and everything, establish the clock ends in August, I guess, is what I'm thinking. And by the time we have our meeting, the next meeting happens in May, and the next 2 years, or every other month cycle, you will barely have a chance to reconvene that existing subcommittee. And so just trying to think about timing and whether or not the value of what was done previously, if there aren't clear next steps, might be something that we can have the flexibility to establish in a clean way with the current committee and the current chair. And I just want to propose that because this, to all of you who are new and who have never participated in anything government related, is not a quick process. And so to get the clarity that you need to be able to keep your focus on the committee's priorities does take some time and patience with the agencies that are involved, because we will have to present, and not in a bad way, we will present our priorities to you at the next meeting in 2 months. And then there's a decision point. So just thinking about how we might want to pace this in terms of the activities that you may want to be involved in, may not involve a subcommittee, may not involve a current subcommittee. There may be some things that you may want to think about as we go forward. So everyone's really excited about subcommittees and getting really into it. And I think that energy has to be continued, but it's also a lift on top of your existing commitments, as well as existing staff commitments. So just a bigger picture, right? Just taking a little step back before we want to get knee deep into committees and work, because you're already doing a lot of this work. I hear the experiences from those of you I see Carrie and Michelle and others on the Zoom as well, trying to be able to be involved, but think about what we might want to do, and then also really, really recognize that it's going to take time to do it through this body in a way that is really clear and gets you moving, right? And I think someone asked how many subcommittees can you be on? That's a bandwidth thing also, right? As it takes time to schedule things and to prep and be really active and present in those subcommittees to make them work well, you need to just kind of think about that too. And I think that's just a reflection on where we are now. We're ready to go. There's no better time to do this work, and you're here and you're excited. So that's just my caveats, but also the clarity from staff on when we might be doing that is super, super important. So that's my point.
Thank you. I just want to make, and I want to clarify this because now as I'm hearing this reoccurring, I want to make sure that we acknowledge that the Safety and Climate Committee was in the middle of putting together their strategies, and we have not formally been able to come back and complete our work. So we are not complete. I want to make that known, that we are not complete, that our work was not completed, that we started putting together our information. And when we were approached with the need to continue with something that was of a priority, and that was the mission and vision statement. So I want to make that very clear that that was not something that was completed. We did not complete anything. We did have our strategies brought forward, and I hope that we can touch on those areas so that folks get a real identity and connect with the identity of why we had that purpose and why it's so tantamount for the idea of having that climate and safety committee. So Just wanted to make that point. And I think it's really important what you're saying. We do have to look at timing, and we have to look at the meetings as they're setting forward to make sure that we can give that robust engagement and feedback. So, and again, I want to remind folks and to bring this forward to new members that when we have the meetings with staff, this is the time, and prior to when we get to meet with each other, this is a time for you to really, really, if you have something and you'd like to speak up, make sure you let staff know. Say, I have a bevy of points that I like to bring forward. Could this be included in the meetings so that other folks will be able to see what you have to say, and we'll get that information prior to the meeting, and I'll be able to identify what those needs. Someone else will be able to identify what those needs and make their points and either and or inclusions or rebuttals to whatever you're bringing forward. And that's something that I think that will help us as a group if we're able to connect those points to staff so that they're included in the notes, so that when we come back, we're not just taking up more time to say what we want to say. Not that it's not important, but it's also a nice way to be able to get your point across in a written form, and it's acknowledged, and it's vetted in a way that everyone can have those points. Because some of the things that we're talking about today are, I feel that there's still a lot of folks that are online as well as in this room that probably have a great strategy that they would like to see. And I would be really, really excited to see what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Yes, and I should clarify, thank you for making that point, that there are no pending action items from the previous subcommittees is what I should have said, but absolutely there is still ongoing work that can be done. And I think to your point, Martha, in terms of determining what that scope and what that impact, particularly for the Safety and Climate Subcommittee, could be, since you all pivoted to take on a more immediate task last year, we can make sure that that's outlined. So in the materials that we share with you all after this meeting, we will make sure to outline the purpose and scope of those 3 subcommittees. And if more work needs to be done on those, we can definitely do that as well. And then additionally, I think to Allison's point, we're talking about a couple things, right? And so later in today's agenda, you all will hear from our agencies around that short-term approach of where we need your immediate help, right? Things that we want to bring to you that are quick, they're coming down the pipeline, and we want to get you plugged in. But we also want to talk about a long-term comprehensive plan for the rest of the year. And our agencies are committing to completing that and sharing that with all of you so that you can have a better sense of where you each want to plug in. Your time is valuable, your time is limited. So if you think your expertise would best lend itself to a particular subcommittee or working on a certain effort for one of our agencies as a subject matter expert, those are all mechanisms that are available to you. And I think what will help inform that is the comprehensive plan that our agencies can share with you with those big ticket items that we plan to bring your way. Okay, and so with that, if there are no further comments or questions from the members, I'd like to see if there's any public comment on this item.
Not seeing any request for public comment on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 11:35, and we will, at that time, conduct elections for chair and vice chair. Thank you all.
All right, this is your 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning, and we'll get back to tab 12, election of committee chair and vice chair,
Hello,
2-minute
everyone out
warning.
there on the internet, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
I
can
don't
hear
think
you.
it can.
One-minute warning, 1-minute warning. We will begin promptly at 11:35. All right, we'll go ahead and get started on tab 12, election of committee chair and vice chair. And recognizing that we have on our agenda a lunch break around noon, let's do our best to get through this by then. And if we haven't, let's say by 12:10, we'll take a break for lunch and come back and finish elections. So that can be our plan. All right, next slide, please. So a quick background on chair and vice chair. These two positions are 1-year terms with a maximum of 2 consecutive terms. The duties of the chair are to preside over meetings. So after this item, staff will be handing over that responsibility. Duties of the vice chair are to preside over the committee meetings when the chair is absent or unable to preside. And other optional duties for chair and vice chair include supporting staff with meeting agenda development. I'm going to add just really quick that the chair would serve also as an ex officio member on any subcommittees. Okay, thanks, Brandy. Next slide. So the process to elect chair and vice chair positions is number 1, accepting nominations for chair and vice chair. We have compiled up till today those nomination forms, and that'll be on the next slide. and nominations can also happen today. We can nominate others or ourselves. Then we will offer candidates the opportunity to provide verbal statements. And finally, we will conduct a roll call election for both chair and vice chair. And members will, when their name is called, they will say the name of the person that they would like for those positions. Yeah.
Sorry, can you just repeat the thing you said about the chair, vice chair on subcommittees? I missed it.
Yes. Oh, sure. So the chair of the committee would be an ex officio member on any subcommittees that they're part of. So they'd be non-voting
Thank you.
and wouldn't count towards quorum.
Thanks.
Right?
And this was Naomi.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Naomi. Right. So to wrap up that number 3, again, we will conduct a roll call vote. Each person will say the name of the person that they would like for each of those positions. If in the event that we do encounter a tie, we will do a revote. If we encounter another tie, we may decide to table the chair election if it's up for chair and go to vice chair. But I believe in you. I believe we can get through this. All right, next slide, please. I guess before we dive into this, any other questions on what I just shared? All right, Peggy saying no. Okay. All right, so are the candidates that we have, that we had compiled information from so far are Carrie Akemi Hernandez, who's running for both chair or vice chair, Martha Armas Kelly, who's running for chair or vice chair, and Ana Gonzalez for vice chair. Would anyone else in the room or online like to nominate themselves or another member? Carrie was on Zoom. Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay.
My apologies.
All right. Not hearing any other nominations, we'll move into verbal remarks. So from each of the 3 candidates, can you please briefly share what you will bring to the position, any goals or visions you have for the committee in 2025, and any other relevant information? And we'll start with Carrie.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Carrie Akemi Hernandez, and I have served as chair for the Housing Committee. I'm in my 2nd term, so going into my 7th year for the Housing Committee. I've also served on the Napa County HEAC Committee as vice chair and for many subcommittees. And I represent many diverse stakeholders in community that I advocate strongly for. And so I will be accountable to those members and bring those important voices into conversation. And my goal is to participate in all 3 of the subcommittees so that I can advocate for those voices and collaborate with our other committee members. And I appreciate you all. We all wear many hats. So I appreciate your time and considering me for the either chair or vice chair.
Thank you, Carrie. Okay, so now we'll move on to Martha.
I just have one question. In our email, you said that we would either accept or move to another role. Is that correct?
In the event of a tie.
Oh, so I don't have to decline.
No. No, we're just giving
All
statements
right.
now.
So I'm going to nominate Ana Gonzalez for vice chair, and I am going to opt out of the vice chair because I feel that that is something that I'd like to do. My name is Martha Armas Kelly, and I reside in the city of Merced. I have been serving as a vice chair for the last year. Been a member of the Equity Advisory Committee for the last 2 years. I reside in Central California, and typically you hear about the Bay or LA, but you really don't hear about the work that's being done for the Central Valley. And I feel that I am a strong advocate for my community. I bring forth a knowledge in not only environmental justice, but also health, housing, social justice. I serve as a leader in education as a First 5 commissioner for my county in Merced. And I also serve as a member of Planado in Action. which is a community outside of Merced County that is an unincorporated area and is much the face of many communities in the state of California that are not incorporated. Some of the stratification that they experience is lack of leadership, lack of resources and infrastructure, because many of those communities are in rural spaces. In the last 2 years, I've learned very much about the different layers in transportation. And I've been working in transportation the last 4 years, altogether working in transmodal, working in needs assessments for Stanislaus County with the CAG. I also served on the MCAG in my local jurisdiction. I sit on District 10, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, and I exert every opportunity to bring forth a narrative of communication, advocacy for all of the residents that I serve in whatever county they may be. And in this platform, I feel that I will be able to bring that knowledge forward. I'm also an advocate for United Tribes of California, which I bring in my indigenous narrative as well. I find that the people that we serve in California are excited and want to contribute, but many times don't have that ability. And my hope is by being part of the EAC in whatever capacity, as your chair or not as your chair, I still feel that I'll bring all those efforts to the table. But I would like to ask you today to vote for me, because I feel that I want to bring our leadership to what is more of the beginning of what we had, and that was a shared vision for leadership. I feel that as chair, I can not only allow space for folks to participate as a chair, because we have shared leadership, but not only when the fact that I'm not present, I think that there should be opportunities for every member here on the EAC to facilitate as chair, regardless of my leadership. And I feel that I would like to offer 2 of my meetings to be able to be led or shared in that vision of shared leadership. So I ask you for your vote, and I thank you for the opportunity to be part of this committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Martha. And to just quickly to be clear, Carrie is running for both chair or vice chair. Martha is only running for chair, correct? And Anna is running for vice chair. Only?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Again, my name's Ana Gonzalez, she, her, ella. First, I come to you all as a mother, especially as a mother of a son who suffers from asthma because of the impacts of pollution in transportation, specifically diesel pollution that has overwhelmingly impacted our communities in the Inland Empire, also known as the Inland Valley of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I have 8 years of experience in environmental justice, starting as a volunteer, protecting my community of the city of Rialto, then moved on to be the executive director of CCAEJ, also known as the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. Previously an educator, a teacher of specializing in special education and bilingual studies and family engagement. I love community, being in community. And so here, being in this space, I will bring the voices not only of the Inland Empire, but of all Californians and across the nation, of all the statistics that were actually mentioned by our regional person that was here earlier, introducing us to the region, and all those marginalized communities that so desperately need to be lifted up in this space. And so most importantly, too, I come to you all as an immigrant from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, a community that is being impacted and attacked in this very moment and always has been marginalized for decades and I would say centuries. And so being here in this space has been a privilege and something that many of us cannot it has not been easy to be here. And so I feel humbled just to be sitting here right now because it has not been easy for my people to be sitting here. And so I come to you all with wealth of knowledge as not only an educator, but just simply as a mother who just wants a better future for her child and all the children throughout the state and the nation and the world. And so working together collaboratively with each and every one of you, bringing all of our talents and diverse opinions, and just in collaboration, we can make a better future, not only in the transportation world, but in housing and education and social justice, coming together so we can make a better world, and making really intentional walkable communities, and just making a cleaner environment for our communities. And so I bring that to the table and hope I can count on your vote today. So thank you.
Great. Thank you to the 3 current candidates. Before we move on to roll call vote, would anyone else like to nominate someone or themselves for either chair or vice chair in the room or online?
Point of clarification,
This
will there
is
be an opportunity to ask questions of the candidates?
Yeah. Yeah. They welcome it. Okay.
I think Michelle Rousey had a comment as well.
Oh, yes. Michelle, apologies.
No, I'm good. I'm just curious to what's going on.
Oh, yes. Okay, so we'll move into then discussion and public comment.
Hello, can y'all hear me? This is Lisa online. I apologize that my internet's not as secure, but I was hoping to make a nomination for another member based off of what I witnessed yesterday.
To clarify, I think we heard that you want to nominate somebody. Oh, no.
Yes, I witnessed some really great leadership yesterday, and I would love to ask Peggy if she had any interest in running for president. As much as I love leadership, what I noticed about Peggy's comments were they were sound, and I know that folks don't often self-nominate. So I would just be curious to know if she had any interest, because I really loved all of her comments.
Well, thank you, Lisa. Peggy Martinez here. I think I'm a better not in a leadership position. I know that's kind of weird. Some people think I mean, for me, it's just, I'm happy where I am. And I think that the folks who are going to lead the organization, our committee, are going to be fantastic. And I thank you for your vote of confidence. And I'll just keep asking those questions. Thank you, Lisa.
Thanks. It looks like we also have a comment or a question in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. This is Pua, and I understand that Martha was on the committee last year. Was Carrie or Ana Gonzalez on the committee last year?
And no, this is my first year. Thank you for asking, Pua.
This is my second term, but not in a leadership role.
Thank you.
Florence has a hand up.
I have my slides, so I can't see that.
I think Florence has her hand.
Okay, Florence.
Thanks. I wanted to take the opportunity to ask a question of all the candidates as well. So what I see is the challenge of this committee, based on what I know and what I've seen this morning, is that there's a lot of great ideas, a lot of energy. We want to uplift a lot of marginalized voices and make sure that those are really incorporated, but we also need to focus and think about like, what are the outcomes we're really trying to achieve and how do we make sure that we're on track for those? So let me ask you, like, how do you balance between trying to make sure that all voices and perspectives are elevated and getting us really focused so that at the end of 2 years, we can say, here's the things we really concretely accomplished?
Yeah, we could just go in the order of the nominations as the nominees as they're listed.
Thank you, Florence, for that question. So in other experiences that I've had, I'm really mindful of time. And so I'm looking at the agenda, I'm looking at everyone who is asking for questions and giving space for that. And a lot of times there is inside-outside strategy. So there's a lot of outreach that goes into conversations to make sure that anything that needs follow-up and action, that there's documented in notes, and then coming back and bringing that back, as well as having subcommittees. So we had a language justice component, and so making sure that anyone who isn't being acknowledged in those spaces, if there's gaps in that, then bringing those forward. And I really appreciated the comment earlier to share any questions that you have in advance so you're prepared. And so I like to hold myself accountable for that as well. And so I'm mindful of time and trying to uplift and making sure that those that are present on our committee, as well as public members, voices are being heard, and following up after if necessary.
Okay, hello, everyone. Thank you for that. I would like to say that the most important thing is understanding the agenda, knowing who are present, what are some of the acknowledgements that we have to take into consideration. When we have the agenda, it's pretty much outlined for us to know how to follow and stay within that time construct so that we're mindful of each other's needs to be able to express. And one of the things that I think that I would like to share that I bring to the table is that because I have served as a vice chair, I was able to see the nuances and the formatting that comes through this process. And it's critical for us to be able to meet with staff and be able to work with staff. I feel that I have established rapport with the staff, that it wouldn't be something that I'd have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. I'd be able to follow those practices and be able to serve each and every one of my members as a soundboard to be able to support in whatever measures that they're bringing to light. And as such, this body in itself, a lot of times taking time to look at the board, the screen in front of us is so important to not dismiss anyone. And I want to say that today we can't see that. I can't see who's actually raising their hands or is wanting to ask a question. But on the norm, you have to be able to be multitasking throughout the whole meeting, not only with your ideas, but also have to stand back and kind of say, is this really something that I need to say, or can I hold back and let someone else take that initiative? So to be able to have good communication is something that I feel is going to be a great asset. And I feel that I've employed that in knowing when to hold back and having the finesse to allow other voices to speak, because in this space, we're such limited time. We want to make sure that each member of our governing group is able to relay those critical points and strategies that they need to bring forward so that we can have those changes happen. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, Ana Gonzalez. I echo the previous comments as well. And I think the most important thing is understanding the parameters of this body, and most importantly, being prepared for sure. So I agree with that comment. I think one of the things I've learned in my tenure of the first term was understanding the things that we can accomplish in this body, and getting to learn the work that the staff has to do and how far they can go to accomplish getting some of the requests that we ask of them. So also creating a safe space, not only for the members and the voices that we bring to the table, but also creating a safe space for staff is so important. And I think that was one of the things that I've learned. And, as a social justice warrior, I know we sometimes expect things to get things overnight, to change overnight. and it's frustrating, right, when we don't get that. But I understand that things take time, but if we set clear goals and objectives and we focus on that, and while understanding the parameters, we have been able to achieve, obviously, even the handbook, right, that was created by the staff was such a long undertaking, but here we are, right, 2 years later with an amazing handbook. And so, like, just looking at those goals that have been achieved has been an amazing experience. So understanding those parameters while creating a safe space, while also uplifting the voices of the communities we bring to the table, and giving space to those folks to really acknowledge them and understand why and where they're coming from is so important, and make sure that we are intentional about the work that we're doing is very important. And I think that EAC has been doing a good job in collaborating and bringing that to the table. So I appreciate that, and I want to make sure that we continue that good work and do so much more with that. So thank you.
To all the candidates, are there any other questions? I see Howard has a hand and David has a hand.
Well, thank you for having such great candidates. It's difficult for a new member to, distinguish. But one thing I'd like to know is what could each candidate tell us where they are from, where they reside, what district they represent, and how they might connect or with other parts of the state that may be different in their demographics and perspectives.
Thank you, Howard, for your question. So I reside in Napa, and I believe that's in District 4. And I've taken on local leadership, and then I've also branched outside of that to participate in regional leadership within the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm also a BCLI alumni with Urban Habitat, where I was one of 9 representatives within the Bay Area counties. And so this opportunity, by being a part of the EAC, I feel like it's broadening that network statewide. I also have national contacts that I advocate for in these same community spaces. So being able to network within my local, regional, and now statewide connections is, I feel, really valuable. Being able to see it on a very micro and macro level, and short-term, long-term. Within the Bay Area, excuse me, it's really important because we see the parallels between what's happening with climate change, and seeing the most vulnerable populations are also within those same areas of risk that we're looking at, which was why I'm very passionate about being a part of seeing how we can look at the infrastructure and protect people to not be displaced, where things could be gentrified, and seeing how that interconnects with other communities. I think about water, our watershed coming from multiple locations, from North State, Klamath River area into the LA Basin, obviously Tulare Lake, the Sacramento region. And we're all interconnected with those streams of rivers and into the lakes, rivers, and ocean. So I feel like that's how I view our community. Thank you for your question.
Hello, my name is Martha again. I just want to say that being from the Central Valley, it has been quite an experience to understand that we live in such a robust and fruitful community. The whole basin itself feeds the world. We are the breadbasket of the world, and oftentimes we haven't been recognized. I live in Merced, and we export food not only to our United States, but also all over the world. And as a child of migrant parents, I am a Guatemalan and Mexican of my nationality, my father being Kachkan and Apache, and my mother being Mayan. I grew up as an immigrant child, and even though I was a citizen, I was able to see the stratification firsthand. I lived in poverty when I was younger, and I seen my parents work, and through their efforts, they were able to not only work the land, but also become homeowners and see how they were able to evolve as my parents, from not having very much to getting us through education. We're a first generation graduates. My father was able to put us through school, and my brother and myself were both, we're degreed, and it gives me much pride to know that through those efforts, I've been able to connect as an adult with organizations such as the Strategic Growth Council. And I applied early on before we had COVID as a member of PACE, which is Partners Advancing Climate Equity. I was the first cohort member, and that connected me through different members as a conduit for the voice of the Central Valley in that space, and reaching to members from all the way up north to all the way down south. I think that the work that I do is not only in that area, but after having that opportunity, I was able to advance to becoming a cohort member of UC Davis as well as UC Berkeley. Both areas in learning how data and the resources that nonprofits have, how to create those bridges from having institutions to community to nonprofits, and how we can work together. I've been part of that work. I've also been working with Housing Now, Francisco Dueñas out of Sacramento, that works on a statewide initiative for housing and how to meet those needs. I'm also part of the regional group, which is the Central Valley People's Housing Coalition, addressing the needs of housing throughout the region of the Central Valley, as well as into Northern California. I've been on groups that have talked about discussions of specialty and looking at breaking the cookie cutter approach towards policy. Many times we have policy that we create without really understanding that it affects every region differently. So I think that the work that I've done throughout the state of California has been intentional, and with the approach of looking at how to change the paradigm, turning things upside down, more of a community-based approach and leadership model. I also teach folks that have never understood the principles of data through storytelling, how to create a storyline that they're already living and put it in from qualitative data to quantitative data, which is so important so that their stories are heard. And my vision has been to look at climate, because that's what my strength is in climate, to understand how we can also bridge the gap between the disparities that are happening for children in our state. And I'm writing a children's book in regards to climate and adverse childhood experiences, because right now our children are dealing with their lives, and we are not really putting efforts to connect them to the spaces that they live in so that they can make models for resiliency and make those changes to be thriving in our state. And that includes transportation, that includes food sustainability, that includes air quality. How do we make it so that our children can thrive? Because my ideas are based on succession, and in the idea of having connections with everyone in the state, it's so critical to be able to connect and be able to make those things come into fruition. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Member Wong, for that wonderful question. Ana Gonzalez again. So I reside in the city of Rialto, which is in San Bernardino County. The organization where I'm the executive director, CCAEJ, is headquartered in the city of Jurupa Valley, right in the middle of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. So our organization services both counties, and both counties encompass a diverse region filled with rural communities, mountain communities, and deserts and valleys. So we also have agricultural, farmers, everything, you name it. So we do have a beautiful, diverse community and also indigenous folks, which through our legal work that we do and displacement work that we do, we have been able to get over thousands of acres back to our indigenous communities, such as our Quiche Nations and our Serrano Indians. So we are very proud of the work that we've done to accomplish that through our legal actions. I also serve on as an EJAG member in the Environmental Justice Advisory Group for the South Coast Air Quality Management District. And through our organization, we draft a lot of policy, not only locally, but state and nationwide. We serve on the CEJA statewide coalition, which is the California Environmental Justice Alliance. And then on our national work, we work on Moving Forward Network on specifically freight work and trains and how to clean up our rails and systems and nationwide since it falls under EPA. We fall under Caltrans District 8, which is servicing both counties. And I bring a lot of experience being a 7-year-old president of our San Bernardino County Chicano Latino Caucus. I am also the founder and president of Alianza Latina Rialto, which is a group of parents where we are able to bring parents together to teach them about their rights and how to advocate for themselves through their education, individualized plans, especially those that have students with special abilities. We don't like to say disabilities, we say abilities. And so through that work, we have been able to service hundreds of people so they understand their rights and just move policies forward and show them how the policy and legislation systems work, and so that their voices are heard here in Sacramento. So we bring communities all the time, every summer, through different programs, so they can be part of the legislation work and connect them to their legislators. And so I have been very proud of the work that I've done. Not only chairing those groups, but also uplifting not only our indigenous community, but also our Latino community. And so here I am, also servicing this group. And so thank you so much for your question.
Great, thank you. So quick time check, it is 12:10, and we had mentioned if we hadn't gotten to a point where we were taking a vote, taking a break for lunch. Are we still ready to take a break? Okay. And if there's any other questions, they can be asked after we come back, and then we will conduct the roll call vote when we return. So we will take 1 hour for break. So we will return at 1:10.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll start in 1 minute, 37 seconds. Folks online, if you could give us an indication that you are back. I see you, Florence, Carrie, Howard, Michelle, Lani, Gloria. Wonderful, thank you. Lisa Marie, thank you. All right, I think that was everyone online. Okay, let's kick it off. Let's begin again. So where we left off in tab, sorry, 12? My apologies. Yes, tab 12, election of committee chair and vice chair. For anyone just tuning in with us, we have heard candidate statements from Carrie, Martha, and Anna, who are running for chair and vice chair positions. And we broke for lunch, ready to finish any other discussion that may be had among members and public comment, right? And also accept public comment, and then we'll conduct a roll call vote for each of the positions. So to members in the room or online, did folks have any other questions for our candidates for the various positions available? Okay, so it seems like we can wrap that up. And I will now hand it to Justin to lead us in a roll
If
call.
we started, I don't hear what's going on in the room.
You cannot hear? Oh, Michelle can't hear me. Yeah.
I'm online. I can hear it through the webinar.
Yeah. Okay. Test, Michelle. I think maybe it might be. Michelle. Okay, as Michelle gets, yeah, we really want, okay, so Michelle is back. Also one quick note for folks online. We have this chat function in Zoom, but unfortunately, because of public meeting needs, we just ask that members don't put their comments in or questions in the chat. You can put it in Q&A because we are not able to save the record of the chat after the meeting ends in Zoom, unfortunately. So please try not to use the chat function. Just either verbally state your question or put it directly into the Q&A side of the box so that it can be saved. She still doesn't have sound. One moment. Maybe she needs to log out and log back in. Okay. Okay, give us one moment while we work out our tech issue, and we'll be back as soon as possible so that Michelle can participate. Are you back, Michelle? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. That was the okay. Right, testing. Michelle, are you able to hear our sound?
Okay, yeah, I can hear. Thank you.
Wonderful. Welcome back. Okay. Yeah, we have one member who I think is getting a coffee, but I think we should proceed. Yeah. Take it away, Justin. Yes, we'll start with the chair vote. So again, well, I'll hand it to you to describe the process.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sequoia. I will commence calling of the roll. When I call on your name, please respond with the name of the member that you are voting for the position of chair of the committee.
Can we put the names up again for me, please?
Yeah, point of order, I guess. Can we just make a motion or we're just doing, is that the process? I'm sorry, because I was preparing to make a motion to elect someone, or we're just doing a roll call and select the name.
So yeah, we have our current nominations. So I think we were pulling from those, and then
Yeah,
once I-
we'll
once I-
just do a roll and each person will say the person that they want. Yeah. No motion is necessary. We have, yeah. Howard, I see your hand.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, so the second candidate, I believe, is running only for chair, is that correct?
Thank you for revisiting that. Yeah, so why don't I go through the list one more time? So Carrie Akemi Hernandez is running for chair or vice chair. Thanks, Brandy. Real time. Martha Armis Kelly is running for chair, and Ana Gonzalez is running for vice chair. So you have two options for chair and two options for vice chair. So we will start with the chair vote. And again, please name your preferred candidate when your name is called.
Great, thank you for that clarification. So once again, once I call on your name, please respond with the name of the person you're voting for chair of the committee. Carrie Akemi Hernandez,
I'm voting for myself.
Lisa Marie Alvarado,
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to be voting for Martha.
thank you. Martha Armis Kelly,
For myself, thank you.
David Acevedo,
I will be voting for Martha.
Abimel Chavez Hernandez,
I'll be voting for Martha as well.
Ana Gonzalez,
Oh, I'm voting for Martha.
Gloria Huerta,
I'm voting for Martha.
Naomi Iwasaki,
Martha Armis Kelly.
Peggy Martinez,
Armis Kelly.
Andres Ramirez,
I'm voting for Martha.
Michelle Rousey,
Martha, thank you.
Lauren Simon,
Martha.
Randy Torres Van Vleck, Randy,
Sorry about that. I'll be voting for Martha as well. Thank you.
Polani Vasquez,
I'm voting for Martha.
Howard Wong,
Armis Kelly,
Martha Armis Kelly has received the majority votes for chair of the committee.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Justin, and congratulations, Martha. So we'll move on to vice chair elections. And again, Carrie Akimi Hernandez is a candidate, as is Ana Gonzalez. So we will run through the roll call vote in the same manner that was just presented.
Carrie Akimi Hernandez,
I'm voting for myself for vice chair.
Lisa Marie Alvarado,
My apologies. I'll be voting for Carrie Akimi Hernandez.
Martha Armis Kelly,
Ana Gonzalez,
David Acevedo,
Ana Gonzalez.
Abamel Chavez Hernandez,
Ana Gonzalez,
Ana Gonzalez,
Myself, Ana Gonzalez.
Gloria Huerta,
Ana Gonzalez,
Naomi Iwasaki,
Ana Gonzalez,
Peggy Martinez,
Gonzalez.
Andres Ramirez,
I vote for Ana.
Michelle Rousey,
Ana Gonzalez. Ana Gonzalez.
thank you. Florence Simon,
Carrie,
Andy Torres Van Vleck,
I'll be voting for Ana.
Pulani Vasquez,
I'm voting for Ana Gonzalez.
Howard Wong,
Carrie Akimi Hernandez,
Ana Gonzalez has received the majority of the votes for vice chair of the committee.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Justin, and congratulations, Ana and Carrie. I see your hand.
I just wanted to say thank you to both Martha and Ana, and congratulations. And thank you to our commission for the votes I received as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, Carrie. And don't forget, there will be plenty of other ways to support as leaders, including as chairing subcommittees. So if there is still a sparkle of leadership that you are feeling, this is not the end, this is the beginning. Thank you very much for that, going through that process together. So that concludes tab 12. We'll go ahead and move, since we took tab 13 and 14 before lunch. And I'll, excuse me, I'll hand it over to Martha to officially, my apologies, I'm on autopilot. Chair Armis Kelly.
I just want to say thank you to all of you that voted, and there is no right or wrong in this space. I think that we're all leaders, and I affirm to what I said. I think that if you feel that you want to exude that opportunity of leadership, there is an opportunity for shared leadership. And in the scheme of being fair, if we're in your area, and I know that we really don't go to NAP, but I don't think that we've been in that area this year. But if there's an opportunity and there's an item on the agenda, I recommend that you look not only at our Equity Advisory Committee agenda, but also be very aware of the other agendas that are coming through the CTC, because there are items that affect your area, and I would be more than happy to share that platform with you, Carrie, or anyone else that would like to participate in that capacity. It's really important for us to try to use that shared leadership model, because there are so many other areas that maybe I might not be versed, or you might have more information in regards to your area or that particular project. you live in that opportunity and you're experiencing that that change in your community. And I also welcome all the members. I know that we have to follow Bagley King, but you can always go through the staff and send whatever messages you want to send to the staff that they will be able to send to us, and we'll gladly receive them and be able to use them so that we are really representing all of our communities and all of the people that are here on this dais. So thank you.
Chair, if we could pause for a minute and see if there's any public comment on that item?
Yes, is there any public comment?
Not seeing any requests for public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, moving on right along to tab 15, which is the recap and next steps, vision, mission, and foundational principles for transportation equity. And our facilitator today will be Carolyn Abrams and Camille Randolph. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Martha. So we alluded to this a little bit earlier in our conversation around subcommittees, but one of the outstanding items that the committee worked on last year was the development of a vision and mission statement around transportation equity. So I'm going to do a bit of a recap so that the new members have a sense of what took place last year and where we are in that process. And then we have a recommendation for how to proceed forward and get this work across the finish line. Next slide. So for some background, the creation of a vision, mission statement, and foundational principles for improving equitable outcomes in transportation has been an ongoing priority for the EAC. This recommendation was initially mentioned back in December of 2023, and then throughout 2024, the committee explored ways in which this could be created. So in this attempt to provide a vision and mission statement, the idea is that it would uplift important principles and strategies for advancing transportation equity. It would also create a shared understanding of the committee's purpose and desired impact. And it would ultimately serve as the basis for relevant policies and objectives recommended by the committee and practice within each agency. So this provides essentially a foundation and some solid parameters for our work moving forward. Next slide. So as I mentioned, throughout 2024, the members went to great lengths to put their heads together on this effort, and there were multiple touch points where we discussed this development and the possibility of formalizing a vision and mission statement. This really started in August at the business meeting, which happened on August 22nd. So the initial conversation was started there. Staff shared multiple resources that committee members could refer to inform the development process. And then that was followed by a workshop that took place in person in Sassoon. And this was what we referred to as the Equity Visioning Workshop. So we had a good amount of participation at that, where members were able to share their ideas, their feedback, some suggestions for how this might get done. At that point, it was determined that the work would be assigned to the Safety and Climate Subcommittee so that they could be the lead on this effort. And so that subcommittee met in November to discuss what that would look like. Around the same time, staff developed a survey, which was another opportunity for all members of the committee to provide their input on this, recognizing that not everybody had the time or the capacity to participate in that subcommittee or those future discussions. So that survey closed at the end of November, and staff compiled the responses that we received at that time. This was shortly followed by the December executive meeting, where committee members as a whole were able to discuss this once again and also be in conversation about this with executives and commissioners. At that time, staff shared out the key takeaways from the workshop discussion and the survey results. I should note here that all of these materials are available online, and we're happy to share them with folks to inform your work moving forward. And then finally, the Safety and Climate Subcommittee met again in December to discuss this effort. And at that point in time, they identified 2 individuals as subject matter experts to take the lead on this work moving forward. Those individuals were Martha Armas Kelly and Cheryl Villegas Walker. Cheryl Villegas Walker termed out in 2024 and is no longer serving on the EAC. So that brings us to a situation where we have one SME, and I believe we would still like to have two, Martha, to support that work. Next slide. So before I talk process and next steps, I do want to just elevate some of the key themes that came out of all of those discussions. This includes the conversations at the committee meetings, the subcommittee meetings, the survey, the workshop, etc. But there were several key themes that folks really wanted to make sure are addressed in the vision and mission statement. We also have extensive materials that provide folks with a better sense of the purpose of a vision statement, the purpose of a mission statement, what those can look like, and then also some supporting principles that may want to be identified for informing the policy work that we do. So very briefly, this includes justice, collaboration, transparency, inclusion, sustainability, accountability, and a holistic approach to transportation equity. Next slide. So at this point, given that this is still an effort that the committee has chosen to take on, we would like to revisit the fact that last year the committee went through these options for how to develop the vision and mission statement and where they landed. So this is hopefully starting to look familiar to you all after our conversation earlier, but they discussed the option of subject matter experts. They discussed the option of sending it to an ad hoc subcommittee or having it completed by the full committee. And in that, like I mentioned, it was first tasked with the Safety and Climate Subcommittee was first tasked with this effort, and then that quickly developed into identifying two subject matter experts to lead the work. So at this point, our staff recommendation is that we would like to identify one additional subject matter expert to support Martha with this effort. And I will note as a process point that whatever the subject matter experts work on and decide upon, all of that work will be brought back to the full EAC for deliberation and a final vote if we would like to adopt it as a formal vision statement and a formal mission statement for this committee. So at this time, I'm happy to take questions or any other additional information that folks might want to share based off of that experience last year. Yes, Peggy.
Well, I'll be honest with you all here. I'm not sure whether this is the appropriate place to mention this, but I do think that the word accessibility should be included in this language. And maybe to put a finer point, I think it might be good for us to include the word physical and digital accessibility. Because as we manage our transportation sort of desires and recommendations, I feel like having specifically stated in our mission statement that physical and digital accessibility are important pieces. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peggy. I've made a note of that. Yes, Martha.
Thank you, Peggy, for that comment. I think that it's really important for us to really understand that as we're changing, technology is also moving a lot quicker sometimes than we can even catch up with. So if we're already looking at those approaches, then we will have a real intentional approach in our vision and mission statement with that statement. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment in regards to the the staff recommendations, excuse me?
If there's no one on the Zoom, oh, I see Carrie.
Hey, everyone. I'm not sure if this is the place to include it, but do we have an opportunity to give consideration to wildlife corridors and the unhoused population?
We can make a note of that as well, and it can be added to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle has her hand.
Member Michelle Rousey.
Yeah, Michelle Rousey here. You know, what comes to mind with me also on this, and I think it was brought up last year, you know, about accessibility, but not only for digital, but to make sure that we use language that to have that access in, like Peggy said, but also to not forget that, you know, there's a huge digital divide between our seniors and our younger people, and that, you know, access from all levels, not just for our younger people, but for our older adults too, and people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Allison Joe up at the front podium for Peggy's benefit, just to make sure, and for the Zoom screen. I wanted to just have I had a couple questions and clarifications for staff. First, question on, is there any kind of draft language that had been worked on, or did the committee discussions last year kind of just say someone needs to draft something?
The short of it is that we do not have a draft statement at this time. However, through the survey, several members submitted proposed statements.
Okay.
Those were not combined in an attempt to have one, but the key themes were pulled out of there for discussion amongst the members.
So there's nothing that's been fully vetted or fully brought forward to the committee for, like, this is our general draft.
No, but in consideration of what you're asking, I think that it would be only right to allow the rest of the team to be able to see those drafts, because although we comprised all the information and it was condensed, I think that that would help others that are new to this process to be able to see and really evaluate the considerations that were taken by others that did submit.
Yes, and to be clear, so all of those materials are in the book items. So for tab 15, attached to the agenda, which you all received in your inbox, but also is publicly posted online, you can click on that tab, and there are an extensive number of attachments to this item, which recap not only some of the other statements that we've referenced in the past, but the survey results, which includes the draft statements that members submitted last year, as well as the workshop summary and the discussions that took place at the subcommittee meetings and the committee meetings.
That's super helpful. I would maybe suggest that there be an opportunity for new committee members to provide some input in addition to the submissions from the survey from last year. That might be something that, because again, we're changing the composition or the membership. The membership has changed, not changing the composition. The membership has changed, and so different participants may want to, the survey may be a good place to start to first gather, just as an idea. The other question, and it actually just occurred to me as we had that conversation this morning about subject matter experts, and in this context, subject matter experts about developing a vision and mission for around equity. That's the subject matter expert term is a term that is very broadly applied. And I want to just get confirmation from some of the staff as we start using this we use this as in this particular instance. So to not feel like, I want to make sure that that's clear. You don't have to be an expert on equity, you're here, right? Okay, I'm getting head nods and it feels like that's the right thing. So I heard some technical questions. I think it was offhand, David, you were talking about some of your work in your profession, which is not necessarily as technically focused, but it is representative of a lot of people who have technical focus, right? So those conversations, just want to be really thoughtful about how we use that SME term. It's not a hard and fast, I have a PhD in engineering, right? Okay, and just getting some nods. And that was just a clarification that I thought would be really important for this committee to hear as we talk about the two member SME conversations, right? Two-person, okay. And those are the only two things, the clarifications that I wanted to bring up. That was a light bulb moment for me, not having heard that before. And then I guess the other question is, and I think that's it. I think maybe Chair, that might be the next, the conversation and the staff recommendation. Actually, I take it back. The staff recommendation here is to identify two SMEs. Is that action happening here? Or is that beyond?
That would ideally happen now.
Okay, so
And
the difference in the staff recommendation is we would adopt, the committee could adopt the staff recommendation, which are two things. And then there's kind of a third is to actually you could adopt the recommendation to identify, but then the third bullet point is to actually identify who will be that. Does that make sense? It's a little
yes, so
nuanced.
that bullet point that says identify two SMEs to draft the vision and mission statements, that would mean actually naming those individuals. One has already been identified, which is Martha, since she was tasked with this work last year. And so what we are looking for is a second subject matter expert, someone who would be willing to work on the vision and mission statement. Yes, Martha.
But I don't want to limit it to, at this time, I'd like to propose that if there's anyone, if so, anyone in this body would like to have input and be part of that committee, I think that would be a good time to be able to say that you'd like to be part of it before we actually move on this. Yes, because all of you, honestly, I feel I'm reticent to take a decision that's going to impact the rest of the group without allowing you to all to make even one word or something that you would like to add.
But I feel like the understanding I have is that's to do like the lead thinking to get a draft that we can all react to and have that input when we come back to the meeting here, correct? So there'll be opportunity for all of us to give input. I just think the drafting itself would be very hard to do.
No, and I agree. That's why we came to the conclusion that we needed to have two people. So what I'm really saying is who would like to participate as the SME?
There we go.
I don't want to go backwards. Member Michelle Rousey?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. Once things are in a better draft form, that it be brought back to the committee and then we have more of a say on, but to have something more concrete before it's brought back to the full committee, by those two members who are identified, and hopefully we can identify the second person today. So thank you.
So just for everyone's benefit, I believe what Michelle was saying, and Michelle, we apologize, it was a little difficult to hear your audio, but what I heard from you was that you are in agreement that it would be ideal to have those two lead SMEs to develop something that's concrete, a draft that folks can react to and respond to, and echoing Andres's comment, that would be brought back to the full committee for deliberation.
Yep, exactly. Thank you.
Member Carey, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer or offer that I could be able to participate with you, Martha, as an SME on drafting that.
Thank you, Member Carey. I would appreciate that.
Thank you. It's an honor.
Yeah, this is Member Gonzalez, Vice Chair. Oh, I gotta get used to that. Vice Chair Gonzalez. So I do agree with the two SMEs. However, I feel that this should be a full committee as well. I feel that getting input from more members is crucial to this process, and then having the two SMEs come back and kind of present it to the whole body would be ideal. But that's just my recommendation. I don't know if it could be like a one full meeting or two before the next meeting. I know that's a lot, and I know I want to be considerate of staff's bandwidth as well. So I really want to be mindful, but I know this is a big undertaking, and I just want to emphasize that we should get more input from other members as well in a full committee system process.
Peggy here? Can I speak? Oh, sorry.
Member Peggy?
Wait.
Member Howard, thank you so much for waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Okay, when starting a planning or design project, I think, and this may already have been started or done, but I always think it's a good idea to start research and start compiling all vision and or mission statements that have already been done by similar organizations, agencies, um, as widely as possible, because one doesn't want to miss something that, others have identified. So I think that would be a good starting point, and maybe there already is such a, database.
Thank you, Member Howard. I'll go ahead and let Carolyn address that.
Yeah, and sorry, Peggy, thank you. I'll respond to that really quick. So yes, Howard, great minds think alike. That was the process that we did last year. We compiled a number of vision statements, mission statements, equity statements, all sorts of things. And then we had members react to those, prioritize the ones that really resonated with them. We have a comprehensive list of that included in the book item, and I'm going to ask Sequoia to read through those very briefly. And then hopefully, if you would like for the new members, you could familiarize yourselves with some of that information.
Yeah, so just in attachments A through J of item 15 in the meeting materials, we have summaries of the surveys, the session workshops, also the governor's executive order, the Transportation Commission's racial equity statement, the Caltrans equity statement, the CalSTA statement on racial equity, California Energy Commission and Public Utilities Commission, Disadvantaged Communities Equity Framework, the US DOT December 2023 policy statement on equity and access, the U.S. Department of Transportation, Transportation Equity Charter, and the People for Mobility Justice mission and vision. So those are out there for review, and we really do, if there's any questions on how to access meeting materials, we're more than happy to help kind of resend as PDFs. But we also can resend the survey to new members so that we can continue to add that info in. But yes, that info is there.
Yeah, I think that'd be great to get the info. I didn't actually, I clicked on things, but I didn't see anything come up on my agenda. Was that actually linked to the agenda?
Yeah, it's a little tricky. We apologize, Howard. It's not intuitive, but we should walk members through that. They are all hyperlinked in the agenda. So when you open the agenda and click on each item within that PDF, it will take you to what we refer to as book items. Those are basically the written materials that are put together with information on each item. And with that, sorry, I will turn it to Peggy to provide your comment.
I would like to assert the idea that, well, I guess I would like to just respectfully disagree with Vice Chair Gonzalez, because while I think it's important that committee members get a chance to see things, which we will do. I mean, there's no question about that. I do think that moving ahead with our two subject matter experts to do the work, develop some language for us to see, I think is a really good use of time. I think we're going to find that we have a lot that we're going to be involved with this group, and over the summer in 2024, we started out with the idea of a committee, and then it went, the committee decided, look, let's just have this subject matter expert duo manage this language for us. And I think it would be in our interest to just allow that process to happen. So I want to say that. And then I also want to, I have to go and get my plane. And I just want to thank everybody. This has been a fantastic meeting. Thanks to the staff. You guys do such great work. And thanks to this group, you guys are so committed. It's just a super pleasure to get to, to connect with such dedicated people. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Peggy. We appreciate your input and your participation and being here, everyone that's here. Online and offline, thank you. Okay, moving on.
So what I'm hearing at this point is that Martha Armas Kelly and Carrie Akemi Hernandez are both willing to serve as subject matter experts and work on developing a draft vision and mission statement. This work can happen outside of these meetings, but all of the work that is produced by those two SMEs will be brought back to this full body for deliberation and discussion before any action is taken to adopt those. And at this time, no action is needed to be taken to assign these duties to the two SMEs.
And I would like to say that for the record, when we did decide that we were going to do the meeting with those two people, we were working both virtually and in person because a lot of this work requires at least one interaction face to face. Because although we can work online, it just is more effective to work face to face. So I'm looking forward to meeting you and being able to connect. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you.
This is Andres. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a question about the second part of the recommendation. Do we want to like
a date.
identify like the matter just says mid 2025, right? That could be what any month in the summer, right? Like I find it's better for us as a committee to hold ourselves accountable that we identify a date of when we want to have this done. So should we say, I mean,
By next meeting, I think that it'd be fair to be able to,
I mean, I think a draft by next meeting is very
Yeah.
realistic. I'm talking about final adoption should be maybe the end of the summer, maybe. Would that be realistic? What I'm not sure what our schedule is right now, right? But that's like August, maybe.
Correct. Let's pull up this. Oh,
Our next meeting is May 15th, I believe, in San Francisco area, and then we will meet virtually July 31st.
Well, July is okay. And then after July will be what, September? Yeah, right, because it's every other month.
Correct, virtual September 5th.
What do y'all think, September or July?
July.
July.
Let's do July. All right.
We want to have that done before August because that will be.
Down with that.
All right, well.
I think
let's move-
Michelle's hand was up.
Just for the record, the May meeting is the 14th.
I motion that we would have our draft completed by May. And we will resume with closing points and remarks in September.
Madam
Is that
Chair,
correct?
unfortunately, this is not an action item, so we cannot accept a motion or take a motion.
That's fair. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's okay. Just
So informally, I'd like to go ahead and make that recommendation. Thank you.
Yes, and so staff has made a note that ideally, the two SMEs would bring forward a draft at the May committee meeting. And then the goal would be to have a final vision and mission statement confirmed by July. Okay,
Correct.
perfect. Wonderful. Thank you.
Good evening, team. Well, good afternoon. I just wanted to, one, congratulate the progress. Ditto on what Michelle Rousey stated. This is Lisa Alvarado. And unfortunately, I also have to jam. But I look forward to seeing you all and meeting these deadlines. And thank you, everybody, for the time. And the folks that I hadn't met in the room, great to meet you virtually. And congratulations to our new leaders.
Thank you very much. We both like to say safe travels to all of our members wherever they may be. And I look forward to working with you. And again, reminding all members, if you have ideas or you have something like, burning desire that you have, submit those suggestions and points so that we kind of get to know each other. If not in person or not like where we can have dialogue, we can have those discussions through staff. And that's another way that we could communicate and get to know a little bit more about what you represent and what you'd like to see. But in mind and keeping in mind that we will have information given to us that will be what the three areas or agencies would like to develop with us as a whole. Thank you. Any public comment? Member Michelle Rousey?
Thank you. If we could put this as an action item for our next meeting, that way we can make it official of how people want things to go far as the mission statement. I would appreciate it. I know staff are taking notes now, but if we could get that on the agenda next time, that way we can move this forward in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Michelle Rousey. Any public comment or online?
We do not have any public comments at this time.
Member Michelle Rousey, your hand is still up. Did you want to say something else? Okay, moving on to our next item. That is interagency updates with Carolyn Abrams.
I'm actually passing this item to Sequoia. Thank you. Tab 16, interagency updates.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. So as we've discussed quite a bit today, kind of our dreams and visions for this committee, as well as what are some kind of shorter term opportunities for engagement coming from each of our agencies, we'll have a standing item on the agenda where we, as each agency, provide updates on kind of coming and going, what's been happening and what's coming your way. So today we're happy to offer these areas where committee input and advisory expertise can influence the work of the Commission, Caltrans, and CalSTA through the policies, programs, and processes that we seek counsel on. So divided into each agency, upcoming opportunities for committee member involvement includes with CalSTA, there is an opportunity to be engaged with the Transit Transformation Task Force. And more information will come through via email about these opportunities, but I know there was a lot of conversation about transit today, so if that is of interest, this CalSTA opportunity is definitely available for that. Additionally, on the CalSTA side of the house, the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure 2.0 update has occurred, and agent and Equity Advisory Committee members can get involved with that. And finally, the Port and Freight Infrastructure Program is another area where members can be involved. On the Caltrans end, Caltrans is working on the Community Engagement Playbook. So that's kind of their public engagement process, and I know that's of interest to a lot of members. And the Director's Policy on Public Transit, so another transit opportunity. And at the Commission, we are well underway in the Senate Bill 1 funding program project selection process, and committee members have received information, and the solicitation is still open if you are interested in helping review applicant community engagement narratives. That has been an opportunity that other members have been involved in and has been very meaningful and really helps guide a large amount of funding throughout the state. So that wraps the updates, but we interagency staff are available to answer any questions that you might have on any of these opportunities. So Puolani, see your hand.
Yes, will we be, I guess, brought in or briefed at all about how the administration is going to be making changes to any type of diversity policies to transportation in California?
Puolani, this is Allison speaking from the podium. Everyone's looking at me. So there's a lot happening right now. And what we are trying to do is best lead and be consistent in what we are doing based on what we have done in the past. We also know that the dynamics of what's happening in our federal government and all of the effects, I would call pretty dramatic effects, are happening faster than we can know it. I'm following the emails and trying to catch up. This committee is incredibly important because the role that you play in being able to advise and provide recommendations to the three agencies here on things that are impacting community-driven efforts on the ground in our transportation systems is incredibly important. So we are going to keep doing that and keeping that as our as our North Star. That's really the point of this particular group. And as we need to think about what the focus can be, we have plenty of stuff to work on, right? I mean, I think that's the other part. We are constantly monitoring what's happening at the federal level in terms of funding. Howard, to your point earlier, Member Wong, and so trying to think about how we adapt to things as they are changing very quickly. A lot of the things that you see on this slide are impacted by what we do across the state. And so what we want to do is really provide some tangible opportunities for you all to provide thoughtful input on any and all of the things as appropriate and as you're available to do so. So this is the other thing is I know that in the conversations we want to make sure that we are engaging this committee, but also things are happening at different paces with different things that we often do not control. So managing some expectations there, but these are the items that we would like to continue to involve committee members in and to continue to update you all on, because the other part that we see as a really important role for this committee is also to share what's happening here in Sacramento and across the state, right? We do not want to be that top down. We want to be able to share information across all different ways. I have information and can talk a little bit more about the state agency, the CalSTA bullets noted on here. And so happy to answer any questions for the new members or those who may not be as involved. They're pretty exciting what we do have, and we're going to keep working through the Transit Transformation Task Force. That final report is due in September of this year. There are people who have been involved in this committee in a technical advisory sense and in just monitoring what's happening. And then CAPTI, the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, was released last week, and there's a pretty significant role that this committee plays in it, and it's great to see that. And then the Port and Freight Infrastructure Program is an ongoing program, and we've made lots of investments in clean and green infrastructure across the state. And just your knowing that is happening is really important to us, because it is how we share progress and share how our local communities are getting involved. So I just wanted to just put those things in your ears, and as we keep working on things, and as there continues to be continued questions about what happens at the federal level and how we're doing it, we're committing to try to keep everyone as apprised as possible, but it is changing moment by moment. So it's a great time to be here, right? Think about it that way. There's nowhere else that I would rather be than working on this issue, because we need to keep working on what we're doing.
Ms. Joe, if you would make yourself available also, like if the members have any questions, I think that would be really helpful. I know that for myself, when I first started, I was calling people and emailing people just to find out what they do, some of their work. And the other is, again, I will remind all the members, I know that it's not required, but if you listen to the commission meetings, you will learn a lot. A lot of that information that you're asking is going to be initiated through that process, and they discuss and they break down. Sometimes they have complete hours just spent on just revising and talking about what it's going to entail. So I suggest that if you haven't, you might want to look back. They're all online, and they're available. But I thank you for that question because that's exactly what we need to hear. And again, the technology and the policy is moving quickly and often a lot quicker than we can open up those emails. Before we know it, something has already been implemented. So it's important to stay abreast and also communicate with each other. So thank you. At this time, do we have any questions? Yes, we do. David, remember David Acevedo?
Thank you, Chair. So obviously there's a lot that all three of you do, and definitely want to appreciate keeping things within the scope, right? So it's great that this is already a really great list of things. But given that equity is such an important piece of the master plan for aging, given that aging, again, thank you for inviting me or getting me here today, because aging was, of course, a big part of why I was interested in playing a role in the EAC, because aging is often overlooked as its own kind of piece of the equity puzzle. But since all three agencies are tasked with fulfilling certain initiatives within the master plan for aging, is that an opportunity for this EAC to get involved with?
This is Allison again. I'm going to go ahead and answer, but it's also, it's one of that is actually the bullet that didn't make it on the slide in time. So I appreciate that work. The master plan for aging was released also last month. Sorry, we're in a different month. And what we ended up doing is that there's a significant component related to an actual effort related to transportation and access. There are components of that are important, and I'm happy to share what was rolled out in the master plan. The implementation that's the detail, and that's the effort. I'm not sure where there is a time-sensitive need from a process perspective related to the master plan, but the information there will help you all understand what's happening in other parts of the state and in other parts of government, to think about that and how you wrap it into the work that you're doing here, right? Nothing tangible, nothing direct yet, but I think that's something that is always a front of mind for me.
So essentially it was just, the bullet point was left off for.
The timing for this did not, and it was in my bullets, but I did not quite get there. Yeah.
But we can assume it's part of the bullets, so it's good.
It's part of my work.
Great.
It's part of the work that I will continue to share with you and update you all on. And it sounds like a clear priority from the committee. So I appreciate that too.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We have some questions online. And at the very top, I cannot see Florence. Member Florence?
Yeah, thanks so much. Sorry if I missed this. I had a quick work call. So how do we get involved in the Transit Transformation Task Force? I know the couple of the folks working on it seems like doing really interesting, impactful work, but transit transformation is hard, as we all know. So how do we support that? It seems really exciting to be part of that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So bit of background for those of you who are new to this. In July of 2023, the legislature passed Senate Bill 125, and it required CALSTA, the agency, to convene the Transit Transformation Task Force. There's 25 members that are officially appointed to the task force, representing a huge swath of both state government, local agencies, academics, advocates, as well as other stakeholders. What they are trying to do and have a deadline for by September is to set an agenda for transit in California. And that is thinking about ridership, thinking about all the components, access in ways that not just in a recovery sense, but what do we do before COVID even, right? What were we doing pre-COVID? So they've had a number of in-person meetings. They had one actually yesterday here in Sacramento, which I would have loved to have gone to, but I also loved being here yesterday. So, I have colleagues from the agency who actually led that and were a part of that. They are to your question of how can you get more involved. There are a couple of as the draft recommendations are brought forward,
That may not be something that we necessarily directly bring to you as a item to present on. However, we will let you know of when those opportunities are available to comment. And there may be some decisions and not knowing content exactly, there may be some things that might be worth your reflection. Yesterday, Anthony sent me notes, said we discussed recommendations for strategies to provide first and last mile access to transit, discussion of accessible transportation, including paratransit, dial-a-ride, and transit needs of seniors and people with disabilities. They discussed the Transportation Development Act reform for transit operations, funding and needs process, et cetera, and discussion on reforms needed to reduce capital construction costs and timelines. And I will, and David, in disclosure, right? David Azevedo is on the technical working group for that task force. And so we are trying to make sure that we're in sync on that effort. That being said, also to the previous question around what happens should there be changes in federal funding, that's also a pretty big consideration. So keep everything in mind, but also know that we're moving forward on the task force.
Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Iwasaki, member. Can I put forth 2 practical requests to staff just based on this conversation? If there's a way to perhaps get schedules for some of these, or maybe all of these committees, including the one David mentioned, just so we can kind of have that on our own radar, and if we have availability and interest, can hop on what I assume is the Zoom link for them. And then if at the chair and vice chair's discretion, perhaps we can incorporate into our upcoming agendas updates on the federal situation at the top of each meeting, if, again, at the discretion of the chair.
I would second all that.
Vote.
It's not a vote, but I
second.
feel that it should be something that we should incorporate because again, we're moving way too fast. And if we're not kept abreast, some of these things become obsolete or have been changed or altered. And we want to make sure that we're making the public, because we have folks listening right now. And another point to bring to everyone's attention, now that you're a member, make sure you make copies of the agenda and send it, put it on your Facebook, wherever you want to put it, and let people know that they can attend these meetings. And this is the opportunity for us to do the outreach, to let folks know that these things are happening and these changes are happening. And it's just another way of being able to capitalize on that engagement model so that folks are aware of what's happening right under their noses if we don't get to get that information out. So thank you. Thank you very much.
There's a question on the.
And I cannot see them. Michelle, remember Michelle Rousey.
Yeah, I just want to ditto what other members have said and also what David said. But for myself, I just want to be informed of how I can help the different agencies with their inclusion of making sure that our wording and how things are worded is beneficial for seniors and people with disabilities, and that they are very aware of that and going forward. So the more the staff can keep us updated on different things that we might be able to fit some of our goals in at the same time as working with these other groups, I would really like that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, and I just want to make one on the support for the Senate bill. We actually have someone here that could answer questions. If any of you are here that would like a little more information, can you share that with us? Because I know we got the email, but I don't think we were really aware of what that entails. Thank you.
I'm going to make a quick comment, and this goes back to yesterday. There was talk of all the emails you get, and I'm the guy who sends a lot of those emails. And what I would say is we're going to do better about improving our language so you know the ones that are specifically directed to you, but the ones you also get that say things like stakeholders. Those are some of these opportunities that we're sending out to all of you. Whether you deal with them or you don't want to deal with them, that's entirely up to you. What we would encourage you to do is at least get them out to your members, to your folks you deal with on a regular basis, so that that word gets out to all these folks. That was one of the goals of this committee, is to continue to send the messages out further and further to broaden the things that we're doing so more and more folks see them. So yes, we send a lot of emails. I apologize for that. But hopefully we can continue to get the word out for opportunities like these where folks can participate in some of these programs and help us out and learn more about the things that we're doing around the state.
Appreciate that. And I want to make reference to the emails I'm talking about in general, not yours, because I appreciate the emails that you send. You keep us on our toes, and I appreciate all the work that you all do. Yes, thank you very much. Emails are cool.
I'll just add really quick before Matthew comes up, and kind of regarding Naomi's request for sort of a consolidated, I think maybe is what we're looking for too, like schedule, plan, so just everything in one place so you can have a better sense of all the different meetings that we're putting on, all the opportunities for either learning or input, kind of more of in a digest form, and that's been an ongoing kind of request, and I think staff can really work on that with you and leadership too to get that out. Not weekly, but monthly. We'll figure something out, but I think that's a great request.
Thank you, Sequoia. Bruce, Matthew, y'all's good? Thank you.
I'm gonna have to lean down a little bit. Well, congratulations, Chair-elect Armis Kelly and Vice Chair-elect Gonzalez. I'm Matthew Yozgat. I'm the Deputy Director for SB1 Programming at the California Transportation Commission. As you can see, one of the opportunities that we're putting in front of you directly relates to evaluating transportation projects in the SB1 programs. The book item has a little more information about each of the 3 competitive programs that we're currently considering, but I just want to explain. We have $1.4 billion up for consideration at our upcoming June commission meeting. And so just to elaborate a little bit, because I know today and yesterday you probably had a lot of things coming at you. So Sequoia actually already sent an email to all of our EAC committee members with this opportunity. We'll recirculate that maybe later today or tomorrow, but we're really looking for interested volunteers. This opportunity would be compensated, but to actually work with us to evaluate transportation projects to influence commission staff's decision-making and what we ultimately end up recommending for commission approval. So this opportunity I know is coming very quickly, but we're currently evaluating these projects. We received applications back in November. So we were actually really waiting for the committee to come together and form. So apologies that your first convening was yesterday and today, and we provided this opportunity a couple weeks ago. But yes, Sequoia will recirculate that for members that maybe did not receive it or didn't quite understand what it was. But if anyone does have any questions about this opportunity, I can answer them now or address them via email. But just for our members who do volunteer to participate, and Martha, thank you, you volunteered, and so did member Torres Van Vleck. We will be providing an orientation to explain the process and guide everyone through it.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to open up that opportunity for everyone. It's not often that we're graced with your presence, so we're very happy.
Chair, Member Rousey has expressed interest in.
Great. Anyone else on or off line? Okay. Any public comment?
Do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, with no public comment, we're going to go ahead and move on to closing remarks and next steps with Carolyn Abrams. Oh, excuse me. Item number 17, public comment for items not on the agenda with Sequoia, please. And yes, and we'll ask Justin if there are any comments that are not on the agenda. And that would be Dellen, correction. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. So the comment we have currently is from CTC Commissioner Lugo. Welcome new EAC members and hello continuing members. I am Commissioner Adonia Lugo, with CTC and wanted to call your attention to some state legislation in progress that has concerning implications for California tribal communities. As you may be aware, California is the ancestral home of many tribes that do not have federal recognition. It has been the established legal practice for state agencies to engage with these non-federally recognized tribes, but proposed amendments to AB 52 would change that. Earlier today in the Caltrans Native American Advisory Committee meeting, I heard Samuel Thunder Rodriguez, Cultural Resource Officer for the Costanoan Rumsen Carmel Tribe, describe this as a continuation of genocide and ask how will Caltrans do good consultation in good faith with these new systematic genocidal words in AB 52. The discouraging proposed amendment is something to watch and learn more about. I'll also bring this up in next week's CTC meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Lugo, for those comments. And just for clarification, I think that because I have no knowledge of that particular bill, I'd like to ask that maybe we could have that maybe emailed out to folks so that they can read that and be able to have that access to. Thank you. And then we have a comment from Deputy Naila Pope Harden.
Yeah. Thank you. Deputy Director Naila Pope Harden with Caltrans here. I was on that call earlier and took that question about its AB Assembly Bill 52. What I said in the NAC meeting, I will repeat here, which is it is something that our office is tracking. And as we do analysis on the bill, I think it was just posted on Monday. So we haven't had time to do a full analysis yet. It's something that we are tracking and looking into. And I just want to reiterate that Caltrans has a commitment and is actually working on updating our consultation policy for tribes. And so we are committed to not only further engaging tribes, but also further engaging communities and everyone who is affected by our transportation system. It's part of the reason why we're committed to this Equity Advisory Committee. On the last slide, we talked about, there was a line around a community engagement playbook. No matter what this legislation says, Caltrans is committed to making sure that we are engaging everybody that our not everybody. We are doing our best to engage as many people that touch our transportation system as possible, whether they are federally recognized, unfederally recognized tribal members. They are part of our California community, and we are committed, deeply committed to consultation with those folks.
And then go ahead and.
Just a quick question. This is Vice Chair Gonzalez. Who was it introduced by, the bill? What assembly member? No, okay.
That I'm not sure.
That's okay. No worries.
If I may, I have it up. I can share. It looks like it's California Assembly Member, Aguiar Curry.
Yeah, thank you.
Cecilia Aguiar Curry.
And for just for a comment, earlier today when I stepped out, I wanted you to all know where I went. I went to comment on the NAC, and that was really one of the things that I wanted to uplift. We're tasked with a lot, and each one of us go home and are a part of our communities, but it is really important for us to recognize that we do reside and we do navigate in spaces that are ancestrally, tribally recognized. And in order to really say that and not just say it ad litem, we have to really practice that. So I take this comment from Commissioner Lugo to heart, and I hope that we can maintain that connection. I was introduced this morning to the NAC, and I want to continue having those conversations and being able to report back that we are, as a body, wanting to hear from the NAC. And so my goal is to commit to at least connect and make sure that we reference back to those kind of comments, because we want to make sure that we are not just saying it, but we're actually doing something to make a difference. So thank you. Any other comment? And I see that Member Carey is raising her hand. Thank you, Member Carey.
Thank you all. So I'm a little bit familiar with this assembly bill, and I just want to say that California is on unceded territory. The entire state of California is unceded territory of sovereign nations. And blood quantum is a construct of how the government was founded, and federally recognized tribes that are a part of trying to advocate for this assembly bill does potentially harm those that are not federally recognized in their ancestral land. So I will continue to be a fierce advocate in support of all of our relatives who are both federally recognized and unrecognized, and hope to be an ally in those spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Carey. Again, we'll recognize the Miwok Nation and the Southern Miwoks in Yosemite. And that's really one of the examples that come to mind, is that how we could just systemically forget a nation, a tribal sovereignty. So I totally am with you, and I stand with you in that regards. And now, is there any other items for public comment that are not on the agenda? We'll remember that.
There are no additional comments on this item.
Thank you. And any other comment, public or online? Okay, with that being noted, we're moving on to tab item 18, which is a closing remarks and next steps, and that will be led by Carolyn Abrams.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for joining us today. I think we've had some really robust and thoughtful discussions, not only throughout today's meeting, but yesterday as well. So I want to close out today by just saying a few remarks on behalf of our team. And first and foremost, I do want to thank Sacramento Regional Transit for hosting us. And for those of you that were able to travel and be here in person, and for those of you that were able to join online as well. So over the last 2 days, I think we've laid a strong foundation for this committee. We've reviewed our roles, responsibilities, the committee's charter. We did some of the more cumbersome administrative work as well. And in the most exciting of events, we elected our chair and our vice chair. So congratulations, Martha and Anna. We thank you for your leadership, and we look forward to working with both of you. I do encourage each of the EAC members to reflect on the information that's been shared so far, and please make any note of questions that you want to bring to the attention of our staff team. Some things may come to you after we close today's meeting, and we want you to know that you have access to us as staff. You can also anticipate receiving additional materials from us via email related to subcommittees, and also more information regarding the engagement opportunities that were outlined by our agencies today, including a calendar of events for all upcoming activities. We will also ensure that the SMEs tasked with the development of the vision and mission statement have the support they need to bring a draft statement to the May meeting. And with that, I will just note that our next meeting will take place on May 14th in San Francisco, with an option to join virtually via Zoom. And in preparation for that meeting, our staff team will work closely with your chair and vice chair to finalize the agenda. And all materials will be posted online no later than May 2nd. So with that, we appreciate your time, your insights, and your commitment to this work. That concludes my closing remarks, and I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Any comments before I make my final closing remarks? Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Naomi Iwasaki. I just want to genuinely and wholeheartedly thank all of the staff of the 3 agencies that have supported this committee, not just the past 2 days, but the past few years in standing up this organizational structure and administration and all the stuff that we ask you to do behind the scenes. It feels really important in this moment to show that while government worker character and commitment are under attack, there is absolutely no evidence of that generally, but especially with this group of folks here to the left and the right here. So I just want to wholeheartedly thank you all for your time and commitment. It's clear this is a labor of love, but also just a general commitment to public servant leadership. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. Here. Vice Chair Ana Gonzalez has a few comments to make, but before she does, because I think she's going to take us down in tears probably, but I just want to say that we are really, really happy to be here. And I say we as in the people that I was able to connect with. And I can't speak for you that are online, but I know just by hearing your comments that you guys are like committed. And I get emotional, but like 2 years ago, I was here in a different space and we were like talking, like we just saw vision and we had so much excitement because it just wasn't happening that way where we were having representation. And we were selected to represent the state, the people that are living in the spaces, that are breathing the air, that are struggling to get on the bus, that don't have transportation, so many different things that they're facing. And the commitment was there and the excitement was there. And to be in the space with all of you, knowing that it's still something that we're doing, but now more than ever, we're doing it under the gun. And I think that it just shows that the heart will supersede the circumstance. The passion will override whatever closing hands that are kind of holding us back. It's going to happen no matter what. And I think all of you here, because thank you for having a state that still recognizes equity and a place that still recognizes freedom and liberty. And we may not always agree. And I think it from commissioner, from our chair from the CTC, we have to learn how to disagree better, right? And we don't take our marbles home if things don't go the way we want them. And I'm just grateful for this space. I do want to recognize before we move over to Vice Chair Ana Gonzalez, that she's going to talk about women, and I want to recognize a little girl that passed away unjustly. And many of our women in our indigenous spaces are still dying every day. And when I say indigenous, some people say, oh, well, I'm this or I'm that. But women are being hurt. Not to say there is no one else that's being hurt, but women right now, more than ever, are our mothers, are our leaders. And I'm excited because 2 women are here leading this group. And so for that baby girl that has a name and that shouldn't have died, I just thank you guys, because I hope you carry her with you. And I hope that you think about when we're out there making decisions for transportation, that there should be better lighting, that there should be more signage, that there should be a way of reporting something before it happens. If we see something that doesn't look right, we should be able to have those vectors to make that a better opportunity. And it's not all our responsibility, but we need to do better, and we can do better. And that's why I'm looking forward to being part of this. My ears tearing, but it's because but I thank you. I thank you very much. Go ahead, Ana.
Wow, how do I follow that? Thank you so much, Chair Martha, and congratulations. I could not have asked for a better leader to lead our organization. So thank you for all that you do, and I cannot wait to do all the amazing work with you and everybody else on this committee. I know each and every one of you will bring amazing talent and innovation and great opportunities to this space and to the rest of California for everyone to experience a better quality of life throughout the state, not just the communities that we serve. So thank you all for being here. And as a person who grew up in during Prop 187 era, when I was told by teachers that I will just be a homemaker or just to marry a rich guy because I was just an undocumented person, or as they called me back then, a wetback, to be in this space is amazing. And we obviously all stand on shoulders of giants, and just to be here as a woman, as all my ancestors, all the women that came before me, my Huichol and Mexica ancestors from central Mexico that paved the way for me to be here is amazing. And I just want to uplift all the women all over the world who are experiencing injustice and obstacles and that have to show and fight 10 times, 100 times to prove themselves that they belong in a space. Well, here we are, Si Se Puede.
Sí se puede.
And we want to acknowledge Women's History Month because we all came from a woman, and women deserve so much better, to be treated so much better, and we have a long way to go. We cannot allow ourselves to go backwards. And so here we are as leaders, and so we have to serve from the space that we are in. And so here we are, looking forward. So happy Women's History Month, and let's do what we can to bring a better quality of life for all Californians. So thank you all for allowing me to be here.
Thank you. Any public comment before we close out? Nope. Yes, no, maybe so.
We do not have any public.
And we want to recognize Dylan for having shared this space with us. We would not be able to do it without you. Of course, all the staff that's here, we thank you all. But Dylan, this was your first meeting, so would you like to make a comment on what you feel like? And we're excited to have you. Welcome. And thank you. Thank you, Miss Allison. We thank you for coming and joining us in our meeting. We thank everyone here. Miss Alexis, even Matthew, even all of your participation and all of your input. We continue, Brandy. I called you out. I just thank everyone. You guys are awesome. Awesome group, and safe travels. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
All right.